Chapter 3879. Old Monster Chu, who had been in seclusion for millions of years, had actually left the Sky Absolute Holy Land and appeared in the ancestral land of the Ying-Tian sect. The Shooting Sun Sovereign and the others were dumbfounded. When Old Monster Chu, Chu Wudi, achieved the Tao, the Shooting Sun Sovereign was still playing with sand somewhere. When the Shooting Sun Sovereign rose, Chu Clan's Old Monster Chu had already gone into seclusion. His era had already passed. Then, the entire southern region of the ancestral realm was filled with heroes. However, after millions of years, no one could become a supremacy. An existence like Old Monster Chu, the Sky Clan's old clan master, or an existence like Li Chong. However, at this time, Gu Fei suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He cultivated the nine-path supremacy and became an extreme legend. Gu Fei was invincible. He swept through the entire southern region and forced all the supremacies to bow their heads. Even the Li clan was directly attacked by Gu Fei. They had no choice but to obediently hand over Gu Fei's territory. The Chu clan's Chu Huangji was killed by Gu Fei with a single slap. Gu Fei had yet to meet the Sky Clan's people. However, he believed that the Sky Clan's people would find Gu Fei soon. After all, they were the true rulers of the ancestral realm's southern region. To others, the southern region might be boundless. However, to the Sky Clan's old clan master and the other two magnates, the southern region was only so big. There were already 3 supremacies. There was no room for a 4th supremacy. Boom! The sky above the Ying-Tian sect's ancestral land seemed to flash with the brightest lightning. This light instantly tore apart the heavens and the earth, illuminating the entire sky. In the next moment, an energy storm swept down from the sky. Wherever it passed, mountains were directly turned to dust. The Ying-Tian sect's ancestral land was directly erased from the surface by this power. No Tao pattern or grand array could withstand this power. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Ying-Tian directly vomited blood. This was a place that he had spent endless effort to manage for hundreds of thousands of years. It was gone just like that. The violent energy storm swept in all directions. The nearby supremacies had no choice but to retreat. Ancestor Ying-Tian and the others were even directly swept away, and they cried out repeatedly while being covered in dirt. They were in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, they were not directly affected by the energy storm. Otherwise, they would not have survived even if they had 10 lives. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. This time, the sky suddenly darkened and an incomparably huge black hole appeared high up in the sky. The vast and mighty aura of destruction spread out. Even the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others felt their hearts palpitating. The Shooting Sun Sovereign felt that he was as weak as an ant in front of this power. The Shooting Sun Sovereign felt that he was as weak as an ant. The Shooting Sun Supremacy looked at the 2 figures moving rapidly in the black hole and was indescribably shocked. Was this the unparalleled battle prowess of a supremacy? The entire southern region of the primogenitor realm had only produced 3 supremacies since ancient times. In the opinion of the sun-shooting supremacy, a supremacy represented invincibility. Only an invincible supremacy was qualified to become a supremacy. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu were fighting in the sky. The huge black hole was formed by their explosive power, which directly shattered the void. In Old Monster Chu's opinion, supremacies represented invincibility. Only invincible supremacies were qualified to become supremacies. The Tao child that Old Monster Chu had brought along had already retreated thousands of miles away. He was very confident in Old Monster Chu and looked at Gu Fei with disdain. Tao brother Ling Xiao. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the Tao child. This person's white clothes fluttered in the wind. He was tall and slender. He was an elegant young man in white. Oh, it's Tao friend Tianqian. Old Monster Chu's Tao child did not dare to be slow when he saw the person. Tianqian was a rising star in the Sky Clan. He was deeply favored by the Sky Clan leader and was brought along by the Sky Clan leader to be groomed as his successor. I wonder how confident Senior Chu is in this battle? Tianqian asked the Tao child. The Tao child looked like a child, but no one knew that he was actually an old monster named Ling Xiao. My master will definitely win, the Tao child Ling Xiao said proudly. Tianxian did not say anything else. There was no doubt that Old Monster Chu was powerful. Moreover, the combat strength displayed by the legendary Gu Fei was not to be underestimated either. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds continued to ring out in the sky, spreading across a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. All living beings were terrified to the extreme. All the supremacies in the southern region were alarmed. The news of Old Monster Chu's reappearance shook the entire southern region like a volcano eruption. Soon, many powerful figures appeared near the Ingtian ancestral ground. It's really Old Monster Chu. The figure of the primal chaos sovereign appeared in the sky. When he saw the figure fighting with Gu Fei, his body trembled and his face turned pale with fright. He had fought with Old Monster Chu in the past. The chaotic chaos supremacy was still extremely terrified when he recalled his encounter with Old Monster Chu. Back then, Old Monster Chu had only used one move to defeat him. Only one move. Even after so long, the chaotic chaos supremacy still did not dare to face Old Monster Chu, much less challenge him. Old Monster Chu has come out. Some of the older supremacies were also frightened when they saw Chu Wudi. Old Monster Chu had protected the heavenly and holy land for 1,000,000 years because of a promise. Who would have thought that he would come out for a mere Gu Fei? Of course, the main reason why Old Monster Chu came out was because Chu Huangji had been killed by Gu Fei with a single slap. Chu Huangji was the Chu clan's most powerful ultimate monarch in the past 1,000,000 years. However, he was unable to withstand a single slap from Gu Fei and was killed in both body and soul. That Chu Huangji is courting death. He actually dared to test Gu Fei. Someone muttered, "Humph." At that moment, Old Monster Chu suddenly turned around and looked at that person. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, that person was directly hit by the 2 rays of divine light and instantly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. This old eccentric Chu really is domineering. That person only said a few words, and he was killed directly. In this way, all the spectating supremacies did not dare to make a sound. Sword moves the 9 heavens. At this moment, Gu Fei let out a loud shout and directly displayed the sword principle that he had recently comprehended. This sword principle was born from the 9 heaven-punishing swords, but it did not have the boundless murderous aura of the 9 heaven-punishing swords. However, the might of Gu Fei's sword Dao was much stronger than the 9 heaven-punishing swords. With one slash, the 9 heavens shook. Unsheathing the sword and killing a supremacy was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Even someone as strong as Old Monster Chu was forced back by Gu Fei's slash. This slash contained the endless laws of heaven and earth. It was like a sword from the heavens that could kill all living beings in the world. Good. Old Monster Chu could not help but be moved when he saw Gu Fei's slash. He was invincible in the southern region. What kind of supremacy sword Dao had he not seen before? However, those supremacy sword Dao were not even worthy of carrying Gu Fei's shoes. Although Old Monster Chu dodged Gu Fei's slash, a section of his sleeve was sliced off by the slash. Take a move from me too. Old Monster Chu roared furiously. He took a deep breath and directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. However, this punch was completely different from the aura displayed by Gu Fei's shocking slash. This punch was like a casual punch from an ordinary old man. It did not contain any anger. However, this punch caused Gu Fei's pupils to contract when he saw it. Old Monster Chu's punch was the strongest punch Gu Fei had ever seen. It could be said to be invincible and undefeatable. If it was any other supreme supremacy in the extreme mystic realm, they would definitely not be able to take this punch. They would be destroyed in both body and soul. However, Old Monster Chu's opponent was Gu Fei. An invincible punch. He would use invincible power to break it. Peerless sword. Gu Fei pointed with his right finger and directly stabbed at Old Monster Chu's fist. He did not use the purple gold divine sword. He only used his finger as a sword and displayed the peerless sword Dao. In the next moment, Gu Fei's finger and Old Monster Chu's fist collided. Then, a ball of dazzling divine light exploded between the two of them. 2 figures were sent flying backward. and the sword chi and fist force wreaked havoc in all directions. Whoosh! A ray of sword chi rushed thousands of miles and directly slashed an unlucky supreme martial artist into a cloud of blood mist. In another direction, a towering mountain was cut in half and fell from the sky. More sword chi quickly pierced through the void, leaving behind black sword marks in the space. Old Monster Chu's fist force spread out and directly shattered heaven and earth. The place that the fist force enveloped seemed to be splitting heaven and earth. When the supreme martial artists in the surrounding area saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated further away. A battle between supreme martial artists was indeed terrifying. As for quasi-supremacy like old ancestor Tian, they had long retreated to who knew where. Good. Old Monster Chu's white hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at Gu Fei like cold lightning. There was a sword mark on his fist. In the past million years, Gu Fei was the first person to injure him. Old Monster Chu did not die in vain. Meeting such an opponent, he deserved to be killed with a slap. You're not bad either. Gu Fei looked at Old Monster Chu calmly. He felt a pain in his finger sword. His index and middle fingers felt like they were about to break. Old Monster Chu's fist force was too strong and ferocious. In front of this fist force, the 9 sky punishment swords and the 9 secrets of the immortal path were all bullsh *t. This was a fist that had almost surpassed the scope of the extreme path. It was the power of the extreme path secret realm. Back then, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's cultivation might not be comparable to Old Monster Chu's. He actually said that it's not bad? Supreme Primal Chaos, who heard Gu Fei's words from afar, was stunned. Old Monster Chu's fist was not only not bad, even he couldn't block it. Supreme Primal Chaos had thought that although he was not a match for Old Monster Chu, he could at least exchange a few blows with him. Now, it seemed that he could only block one move. Again. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 3880. Old Monster Chu, who had once suppressed a supremacy in the southern region of the primogeniture realm, directly went to look for Gu Fei. Old Monster Chu's cultivation and battle prowess were the strongest among all the supremacies Gu Fei had encountered before. The former supremacy of a domain was indeed powerful. Rumble. Old Monster Chu's fist energy crushed towards Gu Fei like heaven and earth. This kind of invincible fist technique had already surpassed the limits of moves. A casual punch from him had the power to kill an extreme mystic realm supreme supremacy. Even Gu Fei was forced to retreat. This is the power of a supremacy? All the spectating supremacies were shocked to the extreme. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu was too heaven-defying. These supremacies had no choice but to accept it. Some people had doubted Gu Fei's battle prowess before, but now, no one dared to doubt Gu Fei. This guy named Gu Fei was actually an extreme mystic realm legend. He could fight a supreme supremacy like Old Monster Chu without being defeated. Sword moves the 9 heavens. Gu Fei displayed the sword Dao that surpassed the 9 heaven punishment swords. The sword Dao's power was unprecedentedly strong. It constantly broke through Old Monster Chu's fist energy. The sword light even directly slashed at Old Monster Chu's fist, leaving sword marks on it. His sword Dao had already surpassed the sword slave who created the 9 heaven punishment swords. It had reached a supreme realm that no one had ever reached before. If it improved further, it would be even more incredible. This is an invincible sword meeting an invincible fist. In the distance, the chaotic supremacy couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. He originally thought that he could fight a supremacy. Now, it seemed that he was still worlds apart from these supremacies. Originally, the chaotic Great Tao was a supreme Great Tao second only to the primordial Great Tao. Chaotic supremacy was far stronger than ordinary supremacies of the same realm. However, Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu displayed cultivation and battle prowess that even he had to look up to. This made the chaotic supremacy very depressed and helpless. At this time, the paragons of the Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Central Domain, and Northern Domain appeared in the vicinity. And at this time, the Li clan, Tian clan, and Heavenly Absolute Holy Land's supreme old ancestors arrived. The Chu clan's patriarch appeared in the distant skies. The ancestor has finally made his move. The Chu clan leader was incomparably excited. When Chu Huangji was slapped to death by Gu Fei, he directly went to the Heavenly End Holy Land. He wanted to ask Old Freak Chu for help. However, Old Freak Chu did not pay any attention to the Chu clan's clan master. Who invited the old ancestor? The leader of the Chu clan was very curious. There were no more than 3 people in the entire southern domain who could invite their ancestor. Was it Li Changheng, or was it the Tian clan's patriarch? With the old ancestor taking action, this Gu Fei is dead for sure. A white-robed youth standing behind the Chu clan leader sneered. Humph! Ancestor is a supreme lord. Even the supreme beings of a region have to lower their heads in front of him. What does he, Gu Fei, count as? Another middle-aged man said coldly. What supremes of the 9 paths? Legends of the extreme Tao? In front of the old ancestor, they are merely jokes. Haha. Another quasi-supreme being expert from the Chu clan laughed heartily as he spoke. Haha. The others also laughed loudly. Humph. Just at this moment, a cold snort resounded in the ears of the Chu clan's experts. You dare. The Chu clan's clan leader's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and a light barrier immediately rushed out from his hand, enveloping the Chu clan's experts behind him. However, just at this moment, a palm directly pierced through the light barrier and turned that quasi-supreme expert into a mist of blood. The surrounding people were drenched in blood, and they were all scared silly. The Chu clan's clan leader's expression became extremely ugly. Brat, you are too arrogant. A furious roar resounded. Old Freak Chu attacked with all his strength. His fists pierced through heaven and earth and landed on Gu Fei's body. 9 types of supreme Tao patterns suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's body. Countless Tao patterns turned into a layer of supreme Tao light and blocked in front of him. However, Old Freak Chu's fists directly pierced through his protective Tao light and sent Gu Fei flying 100,000 miles away. He directly smashed through 3 mountains before stopping. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. This guy actually dared to kill his clansmen while fighting against him. He really deserved to die. Old Freak Chu was really angry. So what if I am arrogant? Gu Fei looked at Old Freak Chu indifferently. This guy was definitely a decent opponent. Even supreme experts of the extreme Tao secret realm were like ants in front of him. Haha, good, you have my style in the past. Unfortunately, you killed Chu Huangji. Otherwise, we might have been able to become friends. Old Freak Chu laughed loudly. So what if I killed him? Gu Fei's tone was still calm. He stretched out his hand and wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The injury on his martial body instantly healed. With his cultivation at this level, even a supreme expert would not be able to kill him easily. Good. Then let me see what kind of ability a supreme legend like you has, Old Freak Chu said arrogantly. Old Monster Chu said arrogantly. In the next moment, 2 rays of immortal divine light shot out from his eyes and pierced towards Gu Fei. Haha, yin-yang chaos. Gu Fei's hands danced. Black and white divine lights immediately surged from his hands. The power of yin and yang revolved. A yin-yang Tao diagram immediately appeared in front of him. This was the power of the great Tao of yin and yang. Buzz. The yin-yang Tao diagram trembled. The 2 divine lights that rushed out of Old Freak Chu's eyes were directly reversed by the power of yin and yang. Then, they returned to Old Freak Chu. Oh! Old Freak Chu was a bit surprised. This little guy was known as a supreme of the 9 paths and a supreme legend. It seemed that it was true. What supreme legend? I used to be a legend too. Old Freak Chu thought to himself. He directly smashed the 2 divine lights with a punch. Then, he took a step and appeared in front of Gu Fei. One hand to transform heaven. Gu Fei pressed his right palm forward. The power of transform heaven immediately surged out of his hand. The terrifying fist power that erupted from Old Freak Chu's fist was directly turned into nothingness and dissipated in the void. Bam! Gu Fei's palm collided with Old Freak Chu's fist. In the next moment, Old Freak Chu felt that his great path power was like a river bursting through a dam. It surged towards his opponent's hand, and was directly turned into nothingness. What? Old Freak Chu was shocked. What kind of magical power was this? He had never encountered such a thing since he started cultivating. Someone was shaking his power and constantly dissolving it. Gu Fei did not devour Old Freak Chu's power. Instead, he directly turned it into nothingness. Chapter 3881. As Gu Fei battled against Old Monster Chu, the power of heaven transformation erupted from his hands. It instantly increased tenfold and enveloped Old Monster Chu's entire body. In the next moment, countless Tao patterns rushed out of Old Monster Chu's body. Each Tao pattern emitted an immortal divine light of the Great Path. However, under the envelopment of Gu Fei's heaven transformation power, the Tao patterns that rushed out of Old Monster Chu's body directly dissipated in the void, instantly returning to nothingness. This was a supreme battle technique created by Gu Fei. It was much more powerful than the void secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, and it could turn everything into nothingness. Gu Fei's heaven transformation power directly melted Old Monster Chu's protective divine light. In the next moment, Old Monster Chu's supreme lord-level Tao body rapidly turned into dust, about to return to nothingness. What? Seeing this scene, all the Supremes were inexplicably shocked. Even the great Old Monster Chu was not Gu Fei's opponent? How was this possible? Old Monster Chu was a Supreme. Old Monster Chu's Tao body actually became faint. How could Master lose? The Tao child that Old Monster Chu brought along could not maintain his calm at this time. He knew very well that once Old Monster Chu was defeated, not only the Chu clan, but even the heavenly absolute Holy Land would most likely be trampled by Gu Fei. This battle involved a lot of people. Old Monster Chu was merely a chess piece that the old Tian clan master had used to goad Gu Fei into coming out to test him. Old Monster Chu was able to become a supreme. Who knew what the Tian clan master was planning? However, he had cultivated all his life and believed in power. In the face of invincible power, all schemes would fail. Even though he knew that he was a chess piece, he still made a move. This was because if a chess piece was strong enough, it could also kill generals and destroy generals, and dominate the vicissitudes of an era. Old Ancestor. The Chu clan master looked at this scene in disbelief. Chu Wudi was a supreme that came from the Chu clan. He had once suppressed countless supremes in the southern region, and no one could shake his position for an entire era. Now, however, he had been defeated by a newly risen extreme legend. The experts of the Chu clan who thought that Gu Fei was doomed just a moment ago were slapped in the face. Ruthlessly slapped in the face. Their old ancestor was on the verge of death. Boom. Just as Old Monster Chu's body was about to disappear, a wave of primordial energy rushed out of Old Monster Chu's body. This primordial energy was extremely powerful, and it forcefully broke through the power of heaven transformation that enveloped him. Old Monster Chu shook his fist and shook off Gu Fei's palm. The two figures instantly separated. Interesting. You are qualified to make me get serious. Old Monster Chu's eyes flickered as he stared at Gu Fei. The same goes for you. You are qualified to be my opponent. Gu Fei was still looking at Old Monster Chu indifferently, without any expression on his face. What? The spectating Supremes were dumbfounded when they heard Old Monster Chu's words. These two guys had fought to the point where even the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed, but they still hadn't used their full strength. This was simply not letting the other Supremes live. Haha, I told you that Master won't lose, Dao Childling Xiao said with a laugh. Old Ancestor is invincible. The upper echelons of the Chu clan were both surprised and delighted. This Old Monster Chu is quite capable. In the distant sky, the Li clan's third ancestor said coldly from the Li clan's camp. The second ancestor, who stood next to the third ancestor of the Li clan, snorted coldly. He was still brooding over Old Monster Chu's humiliation in the heavenly absolute Holy Land. The Sky Clan's experts were also watching the battle from afar, but the Sky Clan master did not appear. Then come, let's have a good fight, Gu Fei said indifferently. Very well, let's do it this way. As Old Monster Chu said that, a wave of primordial energy erupted from his body, and a huge figure appeared on his body. In the next moment, all the spectating autarchs in the nearby regions sensed an unstoppable power sweeping over. Countless autarchs had no choice but to retreat. On the other hand, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. There was no powerful aura bursting out from his body. Kill! The two supremes roared at the same time and directly rushed towards each other. The real battle finally broke out. The void shattered as soon as the two figures collided. The two of them were like two gods of destruction. Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu directly charged into the starry sky. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded. All the Supremes were once again shocked by the combat strength displayed by the two of them. That's more like it. The Li clan's second ancestor was still calm. The Li clan no longer needed to fear Gu Fei, because Li Changtian had returned. Li Changtian alone was enough to make all the Supremes in the southern region bow their heads. This was the Li clan's confidence. In the past, the Li clan did not have confidence, so they lowered their heads before Gu Fei. But now, they had confidence, and the Li clan no longer feared anyone. This was the reality of the ancestral realm. The weak were prey to the strong. As long as one was powerful enough, they could make others lower their heads. If they didn't, they would be killed. The battle continued. Gu Fei no longer held back, and directly used his strongest combat skills to fight against Old Monster Chu. The two Supremes killed their way out of the starry sky and fought on the ground. In the next moment, the vast power surged, causing the entire ground to undulate violently like waves. The mountains crumbled and turned into dust. No one could stop them. Everywhere they passed, all the Supremes had to retreat. If they were affected by the shock waves of a battle of this level, only death would await them. No one would be so stupid. Boom! Bang! Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu fought in an all-out battle. Endless power surged out in all directions. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme, and the tremors caused by this battle could be felt in a radius of billions of li. This great battle was definitely the most shocking battle in the last several 100,000 years. Let alone a battle between Supremes. Even a battle between Supremes was not something that happened often, and a battle between Supremes was even rarer. Even the Celestial Race's old clan master had not truly fought against Li Changtian. And Old Monster Chu, the Celestial Race's old clan master, and Li Changtian had not fought either. They only existed as a deterrent force for their respective races. The battle between Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu had alarmed the entire cultivation world of the primogenitor realm. Countless extreme Dao sovereigns were watching this battle. How powerful could a supremacy be? This was the first time that countless Supremes had seen it. Supremes were invincible. This was not just a saying. They were truly invincible. They could suppress an entire generation of Supremes and force them to bow their heads, not daring to resist. Chapter 3882. The area where the Yingtian sect's ancestral land was located seemed to have been destroyed. Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu fought from the sky to the ground, then from the ground to the depths of the starry sky, and finally back to the ground. The entire Yingtian sect's ancestral land was directly destroyed. The ground sank, and countless living beings perished. This battle was definitely the most dazzling battle in the ancestral realm in the past million years. It attracted the attention of all the forces in the ancestral realm. No matter who won or lost this battle, the power structure of the ancestral realm's southern region would be affected. Even the power structure of the entire ancestral realm would be affected. Those supreme experts who had disappeared for countless years might return. This was a battle that shocked the entire world. Boom! With a loud noise, the two figures separated instantly. The power of the Supreme Lord level spread out, and the entire void was instantly shattered and annihilated. A huge black hole appeared in the void. At this time, Gu Fei attacked with all his strength and no longer held back. "All right, let me send you on your way," Gu Fei shouted. The next moment, the power on his body instantly soared several times, and he punched out. This punch exceeded his limit. Whether it was speed or power, it was much stronger than before. Even Old Monster Chu couldn't dodge this punch. Ultimate Destruction Punch. Gu Fei's fist fiercely hit Old Monster Chu's body. The sound of bones breaking came from Old Monster Chu's body. The next moment, His whole body was blasted 100,000 miles away. Seeing this scene, all the spectating supreme beings were dumbfounded. This Gu Fei actually had such a trick up his sleeve. The power of this punch was definitely enough to crush a peak supreme grade expert. Even a supreme of the extreme mystic realm above the peak supreme grade would be destroyed in body and soul by this punch. The clothes on Old Monster Chu's upper body had already been turned to dust by Gu Fei's punch. There was a fist mark on his chest. With the fist mark as the center, cracks spread all over his body. It was like a crack had appeared on the most exquisite porcelain, as if it could shatter at any time. Seeing this scene on Old Monster Chu's body, all the supreme beings were shocked. Only Old Monster Chu didn't die after being hit by this punch. Old Ancestor. When the experts of the Chu clan saw this, they were both shocked and furious. If the Ancestor was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was very likely that Gu Fei would destroy the entire Chu clan in a fit of rage. Is Old Monster Chu going to lose? A few supreme beings were muttering amongst themselves. Could this Gu Fei really defeat Old Freak Chu? You should know that Old Freak Chu is a supremacy. Someone said in disbelief. There was no doubt about Old Monster Chu's strength, because he had once forced countless supreme beings to bow their heads with his own strength, ruling over the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm, becoming a supreme exalt. Although Old Freak Chu had gone into seclusion, the might of a supremacy was still there. If Gu Fei defeated Old Freak Chu, wouldn't it mean that he was stronger than a supremacy? Then who in the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm could be a match for him? Lin Changtian? Old Lord of the Tian clan? It was hard to imagine. Roar! At that moment, Old Monster Chu roared into the sky. Countless Tao patterns appeared on his body, and the cracks on his body quickly disappeared. Little guy, you really surprise me. Old Monster Chu laughed heartily. The fist mark on his body also disappeared quickly. Gu Fei's extreme breaking fist actually didn't seem to cause much damage to him. I'm surprised that this fist didn't kill you. Gu Fei looked at Old Monster Chu indifferently. Little guy, I've played enough. You can go die now. As Old Monster Chu said that, a ball of divine light appeared on his body. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be frozen. Even Gu Fei didn't move. He couldn't even move a finger. The ball of divine light spread out, and even the supreme beings nearby were frozen. Under the shroud of the divine light, it seemed like the entire world was frozen. Old Monster Chu used his own strength to freeze the entire space-time. At that moment, Old Monster Chu became the ruler of the void under the divine light. Only he could move. Step by step, he directly walked towards Gu Fei, arriving in front of Gu Fei. How is this possible? Gu Fei understood, but he couldn't move. The place he was in seemed to have become an eternal space-time. In this space-time, everything was static and unchanging. This is Old Monster Chu's trump card? Gu Fei was shocked and infuriated. Go on your way. Old Monster Chu pointed a finger at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows and was about to destroy Gu Fei's primordial spirit. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that his finger seemed to have touched the air. He couldn't exert any force at all. Old Monster Chu found it hard to believe. This guy called Gu Fei was really quite capable. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and he almost defeated me. However, it was a pity that my trump card was something that even Li Changtian or the old clan leader of the Tian clan couldn't break. Not to mention the so-called legend of the extreme path, Gu Fei. Boom. At that moment, a powerful force of the great path of primordial chaos surged from Gu Fei's body and forcefully pushed away the eternal light that enveloped him. Extreme breaking fist of 10 times. Without thinking, Gu Fei directly punched Old Monster Chu's body. In the next moment, Old Monster Chu's entire body was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. This time, he wasn't so lucky. This time, Gu Fei used all his strength. The extreme breaking fist of 10 times directly broke the limit of the extreme path secret realm. In terms of the level of power, it had reached the legendary realm that was impossible to reach. Such a powerful force could definitely annihilate any existence. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. At this moment, All the Supremes could move because Gu Fei's punch directly broke Old Monster Chu's eternal realm. The blood of a supremacy was extremely powerful. Every drop seemed to be able to destroy the world. Although Old Monster Chu's physical body was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch, his spiritual soul wasn't destroyed. The blood mist instantly condensed and a figure appeared in front of everyone. Can't be killed? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. A guy like Old Monster Chu was indeed very difficult to kill. These guys all had unimaginable life-saving methods. I didn't expect you to actually cultivate the great path of primordial chaos. Old Monster Chu stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. This was the great path of primordial chaos. Ever since that person disappeared, no one in the entire ancestral realm could cultivate the first great path of the 3,000 great paths. The great path of primordial chaos was a level higher than the great path of primordial chaos. It was known as the first great path since ancient times. Those who cultivated the great path of primordial chaos were invincible. It was only a matter of time before they became a supremacy. Old Monster Chu naturally knew about the existence of the sovereign of primordial chaos. He was a taboo in the ancestral realm's southern region, or even the entire ancestral realm. The current cultivators had already forgotten about him. Only a few old antiques knew that the southern region of the ancestral realm had once produced an incredible existence. The sovereign of primordial chaos was practically invincible in the ancestral realm. Everything he did was earth-shattering. For example, he had sealed the ancient demon ancestor and the primogenitor mountain range. He had also sealed the wheel of myriad worlds on the primogenitor mountain range. Even Old Monster Chu felt ashamed of himself. Gu Fei didn't say anything. The primordial chaos energy on his body surged. The void around him was constantly collapsing and reforming. It was like a new world was being created. Die. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly roared and attacked Old Monster Chu. He punched out, the vast primordial chaos energy directly shattering the void. Bang! Old Monster Chu also punched out. The two fists instantly collided, creating a dull sound. In the next moment, the two of them were forced back by the other's power. The two super experts started fighting again. However, this time, Gu Fei was suppressing Old Monster Chu. From time to time, he would use the extreme breaking fist to blast Old Monster Chu away. However, what gave Gu Fei a headache was that this guy was simply like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how serious the injury was, his body would recover in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Old Monster Chu really can't take it anymore. Someone said something like that. In the distant sky, Old Monster Chu's Dao child was extremely nervous. Even his master wasn't a match for this guy. Bang! Gu Fei broke through his limit again. His speed was so fast that even Old Monster Chu was shocked. His fist directly hit Old Monster Chu's body. Without any suspense, Old Monster Chu's physical body directly collapsed in the void. Gu Fei realized that even though he couldn't kill this fellow, the latter's aura was constantly weakening. Let's see how many punches you can take. Gu Fei's body was filled with mighty extreme Dao power. Chaos, primordial chaos, wind, fire, yin-yang, and other great Dao powers constantly emerged and intertwined with each other. In the end, the 9 streams of power gathered on Gu Fei's fists. Although it seemed like a casual punch, it could directly shake the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha, you can't throw more punches either, Old Monster Chu said with a laugh. Even if it was Gu Fei, he would need to expend a large amount of primordial qi if he wanted to continue using such a powerful killing move. If it were an ordinary peak extreme grade supremacy, it would be very difficult for them to even throw a punch. It should be known that such a secret technique that surpassed the limits would definitely consume a lot of primordial qi. Is that so? The corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He was a martial Dao Supreme who had cultivated the 9 martial bodies. The power gathered in his body was simply endless. Gu Fei punched again and again. Moreover, every punch caused Old Monster Chu to explode. This way, Old Monster Chu couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei suppressed Old Monster Chu. No one expected such an outcome. Swoosh! When Gu Fei threw 112 punches, Old Monster Chu finally couldn't take it anymore. You win. Chapter 3883. Old Monster Chu was actually unable to defeat Gu Fei. This made all the spectating supremacy's eyes pop out. Old Monster Chu was once a supremacy of the southern region of the primogeniture realm. He was an amazing person who had shocked an entire era, yet he was actually forced to flee with his Dao child after being beaten by Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not chase after Old Monster Chu. Although Old Monster Chu was very arrogant, he was still a supremacy and had the demeanor that a supremacy should have. Most importantly, Gu Fei was actually also injured. He just did not show it. Old Monster Chu was a supremacy after all. His space-time domain was absolutely top-notch. Although Gu Fei used the primordial Great Dao to break Old Monster Chu's space-time domain, he was still injured. This was a Great Dao injury. It would take some time for him to recover. However, Old Monster Chu was definitely more injured than Gu Fei. Gu Fei's extreme path quintessential essence was extremely thick. Even Old Monster Chu could not compare to it. Old Monster Chu was defeated because of this reason. When one's cultivation reached the level of Old Monster Chu and Gu Fei, the thickness of their extreme path quintessential essence could often determine the outcome of a battle. Old Monster Chu's defeat was not undeserved. Let's go. Gu Fei waved his hand and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. Some of the weaker extreme Dao Supremes couldn't even catch a glimpse of Gu Fei's figure. The ancestral land of the Yingtian sect had been completely destroyed by this battle. Naturally, Gu Fei could not stay here any longer. However, there were too many places that Gu Fei could go to. This time, he wanted to go to the Shooting Sun Temple and stay at the Shooting Sun Supremacy's place for a period of time. It's time to release those 9 fellas. Gu Fei walked towards the Shooting Sun Temple while thinking about what to do next. He felt that his forces in the primogeniture realm were too small. They could not compare to the Li clan, the Sky clan, or even the Chu clan. The 3 superpowers of the southern region of the primogeniture realm were the true rulers of the southern region. Gu Fei knew that if he wanted to contend with the 3 superpowers, he had to establish his own superpower. The 9 Supremes, who had lost their physical bodies after being defeated by him, were still imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. It wasn't an easy task for an extreme-grade sovereign soul to reconstruct its physical body. It would require an endless amount of heaven and earth essence. At this time, Gu Fei needed to find a spiritual land. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the Shooting Sun Divine Hall. He directly entered and sat on the throne in the middle. Gu Fei's face suddenly flushed, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He reached out his hand and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Old Monster Chu. Gu Fei had to admit that Old Monster Chu was the most powerful supreme being he had ever met. Only such a supreme existence could become a supreme being of a domain. Master. The Shooting Sun Supreme walked in from outside, followed by a group of Supremes, including the Black Wind Supreme, the Purple Sun Supreme, the Sky Wind Supreme, and the Mysterious Sky Supreme. The Black Tortoise Supreme, the Golden Sage Supreme, and the others didn't come, because they weren't Gu Fei's subordinates. Only the drunken crazy Taoist walked in from outside the Divine Hall. This fellow was very familiar with people, so he found a seat and sat down. Brother Gu, you're in trouble, Crazy Taoist said. What trouble? Gu Fei said to Crazy Taoist with a faint smile. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others looked at Crazy Taoist. Their master had just defeated Old Monster Chu and was in the limelight. Yet this drunkard said that their master was in trouble? Who would dare to compete with their master at this time? Even Old Monster Chu, who had once dominated the southern region of the primogeniture realm for an era, wasn't a match for their master. Who else in the southern region could be a match for their master? It wouldn't be a problem if you fought Old Monster Chu to a draw. However, you defeated him, so there's a problem, Crazy Taoist said calmly. What's the problem? Could it be? The Shooting Sun Supreme suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but change his expression. You guys aren't stupid and have guessed it. Crazy Taoist said. Could it be that they are going to join forces against our master? The Shooting Sun Supreme's voice trembled as he looked at Crazy Taoist in disbelief. The other Supremes were shocked too. So what if Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu joined forces? Gu Fei said calmly. Even if Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu joined forces, he wouldn't be afraid. However, what if the old clan leader of the Heavenly Clan joined forces? Crazy Taoist suddenly looked at Gu Fei and said seriously, "The old clan leader of the Heavenly Clan?" Gu Fei looked at Crazy Taoist doubtfully. The old clan leader of the Heavenly Clan? Could he be that legendary person? The Shooting Sun Supreme said in shock, "What's going on?" Gu Fei looked at the Shooting Sun Supreme and said, "Master, the Heavenly Clan once produced an incredible existence. He is the oldest known supremacy in the southern region of the primogenitor realm." The Shooting Sun Supreme said hurriedly, "The oldest known supremacy? Could there be 3 supremacies in the southern region?" Gu Fei frowned. The longer one lived, the more powerful he would be. This was inevitable. If the most ancient supremacies of the southern region had lived until then, no one knew how powerful they would have been. If the 3 supremacies joined forces, Gu Fei would have a headache. He might have a chance of winning if it was 1 against 2. However, if it was 1 against 3, it would be difficult. The Heavenly Clan is a hidden clan that hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. However, in an ancient era, the Heavenly Clan once ruled the southern region and was invincible. Crazy Taoist said, "The top cultivation clan in the southern region?" Gu Fei was finally curious about the Heavenly Clan. "Let's join forces. It's best if the 3 of them come at me together. That way, I won't have to find them one by one." Gu Fei said calmly. He was looking forward to it. No one expected Gu Fei to be so domineering. He didn't even care about the 3 supremacies. "Hee, Brother Gu Dao, can I stay here for a while?" Crazy Taoist said to Gu Fei with a smile. "You're welcome." Gu Fei glanced at Crazy Taoist and said, "This guy was acting like a fool and was very mysterious." Gu Fei wanted to know why Crazy Taoist was following him. "Haha, thank you," Crazy Taoist said with a laugh. "All right, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. All of you can leave." Gu Fei said to the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others, "Yes, Master." The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei and left the hall. Even Crazy Taoist was too embarrassed to stay in the hall any longer. He stood up and left as well. After everyone left, Gu Fei waved his sleeves and the door of the hall was closed. He then stood up, got down from the throne, and walked into the back hall. Chapter 3884. In the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple, Gu Fei immediately went into seclusion. This shocked the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Did their master comprehend something during his battle with Old Monster Chu? Even Mad Taoist was a little curious. Could it be that Gu Fei had made further progress in his cultivation? If that was the case, it would be fun. Even if the 3 supremacies attacked together, Gu Fei would be able to fight them. At this thought, Mad Taoist was even more reluctant to leave. It wasn't easy to encounter such a great battle. Rumble. At that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple. Endless heaven and earth essence energy gathered from all directions and entered the black hole. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Gu Fei was absorbing the heaven and earth essence energy from all directions. This was too domineering. He was forcefully absorbing the heaven and earth essence energy. Fortunately, the heaven and earth essence energy gathered in the ancestral grounds of the Shooting Sun Temple was extremely dense. However, the expression of the Shooting Sun Supreme changed quickly. He could clearly sense that the concentration of the heaven and earth essence energy in the ancestral grounds was gradually decreasing. If his master continued to absorb the heaven and earth essence energy at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the heaven and earth of the ancestral grounds of the Shooting Sun Temple would be completely absorbed by Gu Fei. Fortunately, after 12 hours, the black hole above the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple that seemed to be able to devour everything disappeared. Gu Fei finally came to a stop. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, a bolt of lightning that connected the heavens and the earth blasted down from the sky and into the ancestral hall. At the same time, a long roar was heard. A figure shot up from the ancestral hall like a bolt of lightning. Endless lightning erupted from the figure and instantly enveloped the void within a radius of a dozen miles. A sea of lightning appeared in the sky. The shooting sun supreme was shocked when he saw the figure. The powerful energy of a mid-level supreme spread from the figure, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble. Endless lightning kept exploding in the sea of lightning. The sound of thunder was earth-shattering. Lightning Dao Sovereign? The Black Wind Sovereign looked at the sea of lightning in the sky in shock. Wasn't this guy already killed by Gu Fei? How could he still be alive? Could it be? Thank you, Master, for granting me a new life. A voice came out from the sea of lightning, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out for billions of miles. In the next moment, the boundless lightning receded like a receding tide. Soon, the lightning in the sky disappeared into the figure. In the ancestral hall, Gu Fei didn't say anything. The Thunder Dao Sovereign descended from the sky and stood guard outside the ancestral hall. He was the Lightning Dao Supremacy who had led the 8 Supremacies to besiege Gu Fei that day. He and the other 8 Supremacies were defeated by Gu Fei, and even their corporeal bodies were destroyed by Gu Fei. Only their primordial spirits were imprisoned by Gu Fei. But now, Gu Fei had actually used a great mystic skill to gather the essence energy from all directions to reconstruct the corporeal body of the Thunder Dao Supremacy, allowing him to regain his peak cultivation state. If the Shooting Sun Supreme knew that Gu Fei had nearly devoured the essence energy of the entire ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall, all for the sake of reconstructing the corporeal body of the Thunder Dao Supremacy, he would probably spit out blood. However, Gu Fei could only reconstruct the corporeal body of the Thunder Dao Supremacy because the essence energy gathered in the ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall was limited. The amount of essence energy required to reconstruct the corporeal body of the Thunder Dao Supremacy was simply too great. Unless Gu Fei could enter the ancestral ground of the earth and activate the endless essence energy there, he wouldn't be able to reconstruct the corporeal body of the remaining Supremacies, allowing them to return to their peak. At this moment, within the ancestral hall, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in a training room at the back of the hall. His body shone with 9 rays of great Tao God light. Every ray of divine light represented a perfect great Tao. Gu Fei was a supremacy of the 9 paths, a legend of the extreme Tao. In the entire southern region, there was no one else like Gu Fei, who had cultivated 9 perfect great Tao. He had benefited a lot from the battle with Old Monster Chu. Old Monster Chu's control of power was above his own, but his extreme vital qi was not as dense as his own. This battle had also made Gu Fei realize his own shortcomings. The world was passing by day. Very quickly, 3 months had passed. The commotion caused by Gu Fei defeating Old Monster Chu had gradually subsided. During these 3 months, Gu Fei did not step out of the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall. During this time, many things had happened in the southern region. Old Monster Chu had fled to the heavenly absolute holy ground that day. As soon as he arrived, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Master! Little Taoist Ling Xiao hurriedly supported Old Monster Chu. Just as Gu Fei had guessed, Old Monster Chu's injuries were much more serious than his. Old Monster Chu had also gone into seclusion. The news of Old Monster Chu's seclusion had somehow spread. The entire southern region's cultivation world had suddenly become lively. All the cultivators were guessing that Old Monster Chu was in seclusion because he was injured by Gu Fei during his battle with Gu Fei. While Old Monster Chu was in seclusion, the Li clan had jumped out. Due to Li Changtian's return, the Li clan was instantly filled with confidence. They no longer had to fear Gu Fei. Therefore, while Gu Fei was in seclusion, the Li clan actually annexed Gu Fei's territory again. It seemed like they were going to uproot Gu Fei's forces. However, Gu Fei's subordinates did not dare to casually start a war with the Li clan. It should be known that apart from Gu Fei, no one could stop the Li clan. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others had no choice but to give way. Before long, a third of Gu Fei's territory had been occupied by the Li clan. The other forces were very cautious. Everyone knew how powerful Li Changtian was. However, Old Monster Chu was also a supreme existence of the southern region supremacy level. Gu Fei had defeated Old Monster Chu. This made the other forces not dare to act rashly. It should be known that the consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. At the same time that the Li clan attacked Gu Fei, the Sky clan also had experts appear. Someone once saw a white-robed middle-aged man kill a supremacy-level water dragon in the Primogeniture mountain range. That was a sword technique created by the Sky clan. That's the Sky Sword of the Sky clan. Someone recognized the power of the sword that the white-robed middle-aged man had displayed. Someone also saw a young man from the Sky clan kill his way into a mid-tier sect and destroy it. The Sky clan's domineering entrance shocked the entire southern region. The entire southern region was about to be engulfed in a storm. This was a superstorm that would engulf the entire southern region and even affect the entire Primogeniture realm. Chapter 3885. Gu Fei's seclusion wasn't a secret, but Gu Fei had just defeated Curmudgeon Chu. Who would dare provoke him now? However, while he was in seclusion, the southern region of the Primogeniture realm was in turmoil. With Li Changtian's high-profile appearance and the heavenly clan's return to the world, the entire southern region was undergoing unbelievable changes. The Li clan became unbridled. When Li Changtian returned, he killed his way to the Black Tortoise Holy Land and killed Sovereign Black Tortoise in one move. When news of the Black Tortoise Holy Land's destruction spread, the entire world was shocked. One had to know that the Black Tortoise Holy Land's inheritance was incomparably ancient. Some said that it was the inheritance of the Primogeniture realm's first Black Tortoise. Sovereign Black Tortoise was a mid-level extreme-grade expert. With a Black Tortoise Dao treasure to protect him, he could compete with a grand completion supremacy. However, such a powerful Sovereign Black Tortoise had been killed by Li Changtian in one move. The Black Tortoise Dao treasure was taken away. Not only was the southern region shaken, but the entire Primogeniture realm was shaken. Li Changtian was a supremacy even older than Curmudgeon Chu. The heavenly clan's return was much more low-key. However, the older supremacies knew that the heavenly clan was stronger than the Li clan and more difficult to provoke. Those who had seen the heavenly clan's old clan leader in action were all dead. No one knew how strong the heavenly clan's old clan leader was, but no one dared to underestimate the heavenly clan. One had to know that they were the most ancient race in the southern region of the Primogeniture realm. Gu Fei was very strong, but Li Changtian had returned, and the heavenly clan had come out. Before such a powerhouse, Gu Fei didn't have much of an advantage. No one knew how strong the Li clan and the heavenly clan were. At this time, the Li clan had already begun to invade Gu Fei's territory brazenly and unscrupulously. In one day, the Li clan had taken over all the territories that belonged to the Thunder Path supremacy and the other supremacies. The Li clan's territory had expanded fivefold. Many people did not think highly of Gu Fei. One had to know that the Li clan and the Tian clan were both veteran powers, and even had a High Lord overseeing them. Now, even the territory of the Shooting Sun Temple was under attack. 105 cities were occupied by the Li clan's experts. This made the Shooting Sun Supreme extremely angry. However, no matter how angry he was, the Shooting Sun Supreme did not dare to resist. Li Changtian did not care about Gu Fei. If he angered this guy, he could very well kill his way to the Shooting Sun Temple's ancestral grounds. If Gu Fei was in seclusion, they would be the ones to die. At this moment, the Black Wind Supremacy, Purple Sun Supremacy, Heavenly Wind Supremacy, Mysterious Sky Supremacy, Shooting Sun Supremacy, and Thunder Dao Supremacy were standing guard in front of the Shooting Sun Shrine. These were Gu Fei's subordinates. These people would never betray Gu Fei, because if Gu Fei died, they would also be buried with him. As for old ancestoring Tian and the others, they were much weaker. It should be known that only the supremacies were the main characters in the ancestral realm. Quasi-supremacies were merely supporting characters. A storm was brewing. An even greater storm was about to erupt in the entire southern region. The current situation was very disadvantageous to Gu Fei. This was because he was too sharp, and all the supremacies felt threatened. At this moment, Gu Fei was still in seclusion in the Shooting Sun Temple's ancestral hall. At this moment, the 9 Dao powers interweaved and collided with each other. He did everything he could, wanting to fuse these 9 powers of the Great Path together. If he succeeded, he would become the first person in history to do so. Even in the ancestral realm, no one had ever done such a shocking thing. The consequences of fusing the 9 Tao powers together might exceed Gu Fei's expectations. There were 9 types of Great Tao, and each of them had 9 perfect Tao patterns. 9 Great Tao patterns meant that there were 81 Tao patterns. It was definitely not an easy task to perfectly fuse all 81 Tao patterns together. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body as the 81 Tao patterns constantly collided with each other and constantly shook off each other. Crack. Every time the 9 Tao patterns dispersed, Gu Fei's body would emit a bone-cracking sound as his martial body cracked. Hideous and terrifying cracks would appear on his body. Tao light that could make even supremacies rush out from the cracks on Gu Fei's body. If he had not been in seclusion in this cultivation room, the Tao light that rushed out from Gu Fei's body would have been enough to destroy the entire region and cause countless living beings to suffer. Even though the cultivation room was engraved with layers of extreme Tao marks, countless Tao marks were dispersed by the destructive Tao light that rushed out from Gu Fei's body. However, the dispersed Tao marks automatically repaired themselves at a very fast speed. Although 90% of the Tao aura that erupted from Gu Fei's body was blocked by the cultivation room, 10% of the aura still leaked out. Although it was only 10%, it was enough to make the shooting Sun Supreme and the others shudder. What is Master doing? The Black Wind Supreme, who was sitting cross-legged outside the ancestral hall, exclaimed in shock. The aura coming from the ancestral hall was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like it was still increasing. Very strong, really very strong. It was so strong that the Black Wind Supreme couldn't take it anymore. The Black Wind Supreme's cultivation wasn't the weakest among the 6 supremacies. The Sky Wind Supreme's cultivation was the weakest, followed by the Black Wind Supreme. The Profound Sky Sovereign and the Purple Sun Sovereign were stronger than the Black Wind Sovereign, while the Thunder Tao Sovereign was stronger than the 2 of them. The strongest among the 6 supremacies was undoubtedly the Shooting Sun Supreme. He was at the phenomenal success of the Extreme Tao, and with the Divine Bow in his hand, ordinary phenomenal success supremacies weren't a match for him. What Master is doing is not something we can ask, the Shooting Sun Supreme said indifferently. The Black Wind Supreme immediately shut his mouth. You guys are really boring. At this moment, a sloppy Taoist priest walked over in the void step by step in a drunken manner. This fellow was crazy Taoist. There was no doubt that the mad Taoist cultivation was stronger than the Shooting Sun Supremes. This was because he had completely disregarded the powerful aura that was emanating from the ancestral hall. This drunkard. The 6 supremacies didn't like this fella, especially the Shooting Sun Supreme. On the first day that crazy Taoist had arrived, he had visited his wine cellar. This fella had drunk all the supreme-grade immortal wine that the Shooting Sun Supreme had kept for most of his life. This had driven the Shooting Sun Supreme crazy. However, there was nothing he could do about this fella. The Shooting Sun Supreme couldn't wait for this fella to leave this place. The crazy Taoist was very mysterious. The 6 supremacies all felt that this fella was a hidden danger that would erupt at any moment. No one knew which side he was on. He was always acting crazy. Chapter 3886. In the sky above the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Shrine, a fiery light descended from the sky. A domineering figure appeared from the fiery light. That's the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others stood up in the void. Li Changtian? The Black Wind Supreme was almost paralyzed by the mad Taoist's words. This fella is Li Changtian? The Shooting Sun Supreme held the sacred palace in his hand tightly. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out of his eyes. This doesn't seem to match the legend, the Thunder Supreme said doubtfully. Although the figure in the sky above the ancestral hall had a domineering aura, it was too weak. It was much weaker than Old Monster Chu. This is just a clone of Li Changtian's divine fire, the mad Taoist said. I see. No wonder. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others understood. You have a long life. You're still alive and kicking. At this moment, the figure bathed in fiery light above the Shooting Sun Shrine suddenly looked at the mad Taoist. TSK, aren't you still alive and kicking? The mad Taoist pointed his middle finger at the figure in the sky. This fellow is crazy. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked. Although it wasn't Li Changtian's real body, It didn't look like a clone to be trifled with. Only one of the 5 elements clone is here? You're underestimating Gu Fei. The mad Taoist said disdainfully. Humph, is that so? Li Changtian's divine fire clone sneered and stomped down with his right foot. A violent wave of fire elemental energy surged out from beneath his feet. Rumble. The entire shooting sun ancestral hall immediately shook. In the next moment, countless Tao patterns appeared above the shrine and soared into the sky. They formed an extreme Tao-level formation above the shrine. The extreme Tao-level aura spread in all directions. All the disciples in the ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Shrine were alarmed. Retreat 1,000,000,000 miles. The Shooting Sun Supreme ordered all the disciples. Countless disciples of the Shooting Sun Shrine were shocked. Retreat 1,000,000,000 miles? Could it be that a great battle was about to break out here? Many disciples of the Shooting Sun Temple shuddered at the thought of the Yingtian ancestral land being erased from this world. The Yingtian ancestral land had been destroyed because of the extreme grade war that had erupted there. Of course, the ancestral ground of the Ying Sky sect could not be compared to the ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Temple. They were not on the same level. The ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun Temple was protected by layers of extreme spirit arrays. Even if a battle broke out, it might not be able to destroy the ancestral land of the Shooting Sun Temple. One had to know that there was an ancestral vein beneath the ancestral grounds of the Shooting Sun Divine Palace. The extreme grade Great Formation was powered by the power of the ancestral vein. Its power was so great that even a peak extreme grade sovereign would not be able to break through. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supremacy's expression changed when he saw Li Changtian's fire avatar stomping on the entire Shooting Sun ancestral hall. Because no one knew better than him how strong the defenses of the ancestral hall were. Li Changtian has mastered the 5 elemental doppelgangers. Each doppelganger possesses the battle prowess of the peak of the extreme path. With the 5 elements combined, he can even fight supremes of the extreme path. Mad Taoist shook his head and explained. What? The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others were shocked when they heard this. Li Changtian was actually so powerful and terrifying? His doppelgangers could even fight supremes of the extreme path? This was too inconceivable. Drunkard, you talk too much. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar stared at Mad Taoist and said coldly, TSK, so what if I talk too much? Can you bite me? Really? Mad Taoist said disapprovingly. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar released a wave of peak extreme path energy, causing the surrounding void to vibrate continuously. With a wave of his right hand, a fiery light immediately rushed towards Mad Taoist. In the next moment, the fiery light turned into a fire dragon and pounced towards Mad Taoist with bared fangs and brandished claws. The mighty power of divine fire emanating from the flaming dragon incinerated the surrounding void. Io, are you really going to bite me? Are you a mad dog? Mad Taoist yelled as he turned around and ran away. It was strange that Mad Taoist had actually managed to dodge the attack of Li Changtian's divine fire avatar. The fire dragon was actually unable to catch up to Mad Taoist. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. They had thought that Mad Taoist was unafraid of Li Changtian's divine fire avatar. Who would have thought that he would actually turn around and run away faster than anyone else? What should we do? The 6 Supremes were on guard. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar actually had the battle strength of a peak extreme path expert. Didn't that mean that he could suppress them? Gu Fei, do you dare to come out and fight? At this moment, Li Changtian's divine fire avatar did not even glance at the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others. Noisy. At this moment, a voice was heard from within the Shooting Sun ancestral hall. Then, the tightly shut doors of the hall slowly opened and a figure walked out. Master has come out of seclusion? The Shooting Sun Supremacy was surprised and overjoyed when he saw that person. There's no need for my main body to deal with this fellow. The young man in black placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently. He took one step at a time and arrived in front of Li Changtian's divine fire avatar. Another avatar? The Shooting Sun Supremacy was dumbfounded when he heard this. Master had only used an avatar? It seems like I've underestimated you. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar stared at the young man in black and said coldly. Although he was an avatar, he still possessed Li Changtian's will. In fact, there was not much difference between him and Li Changtian. The only difference was that Li Changtian's main body was much stronger than his avatar. You're a little stronger than old Monster Chu. Gu Fei's avatar looked at Li Changtian's divine fire avatar indifferently and said calmly, I heard that even old Monster Chu was defeated by you. Very good. Li Changtian's divine fire avatar suddenly laughed. The three supremacies of the southern region of the primogeniture realm were in a competitive relationship. Old Monster Chu's defeat at the hands of Gu Fei had become a laughingstock for Li Changtian. You're no exception. Gu Fei's avatar said indifferently. Is that so? Li Changtian's divine fire avatar stopped smiling and stared at Gu Fei. A shocking aura suddenly erupted from his body. What? The shooting sun's supremacy and the others immediately found it difficult to breathe. The powerful peak extreme grade divine aura suppressed them so much that they could not even straighten their backs. The shooting sun supremacy and the others had no choice but to retreat. A battle of this level was no longer something they could endure. If they were caught up in it, they would either die or be severely injured. Let's fight. Chapter 3887. Although Gu Fei was in seclusion, it did not mean that he was completely unaware of what was happening outside. At his level of cultivation, a single strand of divine consciousness could cover a radius of billions of miles. He would be able to sense even the slightest movement. As soon as Li Changtian's divine fire clone appeared, Gu Fei, who was in seclusion in the shooting sun ancestral hall, sensed it. Li Changtian was indeed powerful. It was just a clone, yet it had the cultivation and combat strength of a peak extreme grade expert. This surprised him a little. 5 elements clone. 5 elements combined to fight a supremacy of the mystic realm? Gu Fei's divine consciousness also caught Mad Taoist words. Li Changtian had actually cultivated the 5 elements clone. However, it would be naive of him to think that he could defeat Gu Fei with just this divine fire clone. Gu Fei knew that a supremacy like Li Changtian would never make such a low-level mistake. Li Changtian must have a backup plan that Gu Fei hadn't expected. Since the other party had only sent a clone, he would send a clone to fight against this clone. A clone was actually a type of clone. The difference was that a clone had flesh and blood, and its cultivation could be increased through continuous cultivation. It was like a second self. A clone, on the other hand, looked very real, but it was actually just a refined Tao body. Boom! Bam! Dull sounds of collisions and collisions rang out continuously. The 2 peak extreme grade experts clashed, shaking the entire void. High up in the sky, 2 figures were moving rapidly. Only extreme grade supremacy experts could see them. Even the quasi-supremacy experts in the shooting sun ancestral hall could not see them clearly. Clone versus clone. Gu Fei's clone was extremely powerful. The blood in his body was extremely strong. As his blood surged, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from his body. Every time Gu Fei's clone threw a punch, it would shatter the void and fight with Li Changtian's divine fire clone. Prairie-burning heavenly fire. Li Changtian roared, and a ball of divine fire rushed out from the back of his head. In the next moment, endless heavenly fire enveloped the entire sky, drowning Gu Fei's clone in the endless heavenly fire. At the sight of this, the expressions of the shooting sun supreme martial artist and the others changed. The heavenly fire rained down from the sky, and they quickly retreated far away. They retreated hundreds of millions of miles away before they were able to escape from the range of the heavenly fire. At this moment, all the cultivators in the southern region of the primogeniture realm could see this strange scene. The might of the extreme Tao at the peak of the extreme Tao was vast and mighty. Half of the southern region was enveloped by the might of the extreme Tao. Billions of living beings were terrified to the extreme. What's going on? Another extreme Tao God battle broke out? Countless cultivators of the southern region were terrified to the extreme. The extreme Tao supreme beings of the southern region were alarmed, and many of them rushed out towards the direction where the extreme Tao God power was coming from. Even some reclusive supreme beings came out of seclusion. Is Li Changtian testing Gu Fei? Mad Daoist jumped out of nowhere and watched this scene from afar. He was also extremely shocked. Gu Fei's doppelganger and Li Changtian's avatar were locked in battle. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. Buzz. At this moment, the defensive formation of the Shooting Sun Temple ancestral ground was activated. Layers of divine light rushed out from the ground and enveloped the entire Shooting Sun Temple ancestral ground and the ancestral hall in the sky. There was a total of 9 layers of divine light. On each layer of divine light, countless Tao patterns emerged and intertwined, forming 9 incomparably huge Tao diagrams. The heavenly fire that descended from the sky directly landed on the first layer of divine light. In the next moment, the layer of divine light immediately dimmed. In just 2 breaths, the first layer of divine light dissipated under the heavenly fire. Countless Tao patterns were incinerated by the heavenly fire. The divine fire that descended from the sky broke through 7 layers of divine light. In the end, it was blocked by the 8th layer of divine light. Seeing this scene, the Shooting Sun Supreme Being broke out in a cold sweat. If the heavenly fire broke through the 9 layers of divine light, the entire Shooting Sun Temple ancestral ground would probably be burned to ashes. Ha ha ha. Playing with fire? Gu Fei's clone laughed out loud. His original body was a supreme being of the 9 paths. The fire path was one of the 9 paths. In the next moment, the endless heavenly fire retreated like the tide. A terrifying heaven-devouring force emerged from the sea of fire and frantically devoured the power of the heavenly fire. What? In the sea of fire, there was a cry of surprise. Then, another heaven-devouring force erupted and devoured the surrounding heavenly fire. The 2 devouring forces were fighting for the heavenly fire essence chi. Very quickly, the heavenly fire that covered the entire sky disappeared. High up in the sky, there were 2 figures standing. It was Gu Fei's clone and Li Changtian's clone. At this moment, Li Changtian's clone stared at Gu Fei. How could this guy devour his power? Li Changtian's clone was shocked and angry. Take a move from me as well. Gu Fei's clone roared angrily. In the next moment, a divine fire rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly turned into a divine sword. Swoosh! The sword condensed from the power of the way of fire was enough to kill a pinnacle supreme being. Moreover, the speed of the sword was too fast. Great Ancestor, countless disciples in the Li family's ancestral grounds were shocked. If it were not for the guardian formation that weakened most of the extreme divinity, everyone in the Shooting Sun ancestral grounds would have died. At that moment, as Li Changtian's sacred fire clone was killed by Gu Fei's clone, the extreme divinity that enveloped the entire area began to weaken and eventually disappeared. After killing Li Changtian's sacred fire clone with a single slap, Gu Fei's clone came to the entrance of the hall and sat down with his legs crossed. Rumble. At that moment, the entire ancestral hall began to shake. Sigh. A sigh was heard from the ancestral hall. Then, a figure opened the door and walked out. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared high up in the sky. He was high up and looked down on all living things. An unimaginably domineering aura was emitted from the figure. What's going on? The Shooting Sun Supreme and the rest were shocked. The aura emitted from the figure was too shocking. It was as though the figure could kill them with a single finger. Gu Fei's instincts told him that this person was extremely dangerous. You're Gu Fei? The legendary extreme divinity? The middle-aged man in white glanced at Gu Fei. That's right, it's me. Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. A shocking battle intent immediately erupted from his body. The surrounding void was constantly shaking as though it could collapse at any time. Good. As expected of a legendary extreme divinity. Li Changtian stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "If you want to fight, let's fight. Cut the crap." Gu Fei was getting impatient. Boom. The middle-aged man made his move immediately. The void between heaven and earth suddenly exploded. A huge hand tore through the void and slapped towards Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was a little surprised. The opponent's attack was so fast that he almost couldn't dodge it. Buzz. Chapter 3888. Li Changtian finally made his move because Gu Fei had destroyed his Godfire clone. If he didn't make a move, people would think that he was afraid of Gu Fei. How could that be? I, Li Changtian, am not afraid of anyone. Therefore, Li Changtian came directly to the ancestral grounds of the Shooting Sun Temple. This was a battle between Gu Fei and Li Changtian. When Li Changtian appeared in the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple, this battle was destined to shock the world. All the supremes of the ancestral realm were alarmed. Li Changtian was different from Old Monster Chu. Li Changtian had attained the Tao much earlier than Old Monster Chu. In the eyes of the supremes of the ancestral realm, Old Monster Chu was actually the weakest of the three supremes of the southern region. Gu Fei might have defeated Old Monster Chu, but he might not be able to defeat Li Changtian. Rumble. The gigantic palm smashed down from the sky like a mountain. Under the gigantic palm, a large area of the void shattered and was obliterated. The crack in the void created by Gu Fei's finger couldn't stop Li Changtian's palm. One hand to destroy the sky. Some of the older supremes who were watching from afar exclaimed. This was Li Changtian's killer move. Li Changtian had once destroyed an inferior world with one hand, causing the world to return to primal chaos. Li Changtian was indeed more terrifying than Old Monster Chu. Even though Old Monster Chu had killed many people, he had never destroyed an entire world. Hand of Destruction. The Mad Taoist said, Li Changtian's killer move, the Hand of Destruction, was a supreme battle technique he had created. It was also the ultimate battle technique of the Li clan. Yu Tian, Al Tian. Let's see who's stronger. Gu Fei roared. He flipped his right palm and slapped upwards. The power of Tian transformation surged from his palm and collided with the Hand of Destruction. At that moment, all the sounds in the world seemed to disappear. Only the two huge hands remained. Bang! When the two palms collided, a muffled sound rang out. It wasn't a loud sound, but it spread throughout the entire southern domain. All the utmost beings were alarmed. Even the extreme grade supremes who had fallen into a deep slumber were startled and woke up from their long slumber. Boom! In a dangerous place in the southern region, a towering blood-colored mountain suddenly exploded. A blood-colored sarcophagus rushed out from the collapsed mountain. Boundless blood-red light surged out from the stone coffin, and a huge blood-red figure appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out from the blood-colored sarcophagus, and all the creatures in the vicinity were terrified to the extreme. In the next moment, the blood-colored sarcophagus shattered the void and disappeared. Blood God Mountain exploded? What happened? Could the legend be true? After the blood-colored sarcophagus left, the cultivators in the vicinity heaved a sigh of relief. The Blood God Mountain was a forbidden land in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. Any living being that approached the Blood God Mountain would die mysteriously. Even powerful saints and quasi-sovereigns were no exception. It was a forbidden land that seemed to be able to devour everything. Even the extreme grade supremes were unwilling to step foot in this place. But on this day, the Blood God Mountain actually exploded, and this forbidden land became a thing of the past. At the same time that the Blood God Mountain collapsed, a strange phenomenon occurred in another forbidden land in the southern region. The Supreme Tomb was a place where supreme beings were buried. In the deepest part of the Supreme Tomb, a huge tomb split open as an extremely powerful figure appeared in the world. Boundless deathly aura spread out from the figure, and the entire Supreme Tomb was instantly enveloped by the deathly aura. Within the deathly aura, there seemed to be countless ghostly figures faintly discernible. The entire Supreme Tomb seemed to have opened the gates of hell, and ghostly figures flickered everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the deathly aura disappeared, and a middle-aged man in linen clothes appeared in the void. A battle between supremes? The middle-aged man raised his head and looked in the direction of the Shooting Sun Temple. His face was extremely pale, and there was not a trace of blood on it. However, his eyes were countless times more dazzling than the stars in the sky. Interesting. Li Changtian isn't dead yet? After saying that, the middle-aged man in linen clothes disappeared into the void. The battle between Gu Fei and Li Changtian had a greater impact than the battle between Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu. Even the super antiques that had disappeared for countless years were alarmed. Some even crawled out of their graves. In an instant, the area where the Shooting Sun Temple was located was filled with many super antiques. These super antiques were extremely ancient, and there were even totems from the primordial era that appeared. These ancient living beings had attained their Tao for far too long. Even the supremes of the later generations did not recognize these living beings. The Shooting Sun Supreme saw a living being that was so powerful that it made him tremble. It was a living being with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. It was known as the dragon snake, and it had been extinct for countless years. However, today, such a living being that was worshipped as a totem by the ancient clans had appeared once again. There was no doubt that a totem living being was powerful. There was also a golden battle tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It was a supreme being from the Cheongqi clan, an ancient powerful clan. The Cheongqi was also one of the totems of the ancient clans. Even in the current era, the people of the Battle Tiger clan still worshipped the Cheongqi and regarded it as their ancestor. It was the totem of the clan. As for the other supremes, some had a vast, deathly aura, some had monstrous aura, and some had demonic aura. They were all extremely powerful existences. They had only one goal in coming here, and that was to watch the battle. At that moment, Gu Fei and Li Changtian separated in an instant. Gu Fei was like a meteorite that fell from the sky and smashed through the protective array of the Shooting Sun ancestral ground. Boom! Gu Fei directly fell to the ground, creating a large crater. The extremely terrifying energy waves spread out, causing the ground to undulate violently like waves. Li Changtian, on the other hand, was sent flying into the starry sky. He smashed through more than 10 stars before coming to a stop. Again, a deep voice came from the ancestral ground of the Shooting Sun ancestral ground. In the next moment, the ground exploded and a silhouette shot up into the sky. In an instant, he charged into the depths of the starry sky. The power of 9 perfect great paths appeared on his body. He waved his right hand, and an invisible wind blew towards Li Changtian. Wherever this gust of wind passed, the stars were directly turned into dust and dissipated in the void with the wind. Seeing this, Li Changtian's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, a protective light appeared on his body. The invisible wind blew past, and the protective light on Li Changtian's body dimmed. One could see the great path divine patterns dissipating into the void. Li Changtian's protective light shook violently, but it still firmly blocked Gu Fei's power of wind. At the same time, 2 balls of divine fire appeared in Gu Fei's eyes. In the next moment, the 2 balls of divine fire rushed out of Gu Fei's eyes. Boundless divine fire filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth, enveloping Li Changtian under the divine fire. Humph! Li Changtian sneered. In the next moment, he actually took a deep breath, and the surrounding flames actually crazily gathered towards him, being swallowed into his body. This guy, Gu Fei, had already remembered that Li Changtian had mastered the 5 elements incarnation. Naturally, he had also cultivated the 5 elements divine body. The power of the fire element was definitely not a threat to him. Die! Gu Fei threw out a limit-breaking punch. In the next moment, his speed sword and his fist landed in front of Li Changtian. The ferocious power of the fist crushed the void. His power increased tenfold in an instant, and his speed increased several times as well. With such a powerful force, even Li Changtian could not block it. Li Changtian's right arm was directly smashed into a bloody mist. What? Li Changtian immediately retreated, rushing out of the void that Gu Fei's fist energy had enveloped. At that moment, Gu Fei's fist energy exploded. Countless stars were annihilated, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared in the starry sky. Gu Fei's fist energy pierced through heaven and earth. Its power was so strong that even the super old fogies were shocked by the power of Gu Fei's punch. What a guy! Those super old fogies who had never seen Gu Fei before were all shocked. This guy could actually fight Li Changtian endlessly. Where did he jump out from? Whoosh! Just then, a divine light flashed. In the next moment, Gu Fei's shoulder was pierced by the divine light, but no blood seeped out of the wound. The divine light turned around and flew back into Li Changtian's body. An extreme forbidden treasure even stronger than the Tao treasures of the extreme path secret realm? Gu Fei stared at Li Changtian in front of him. This guy was even harder to deal with than old freak Chu. This guy had actually refined an extreme forbidden treasure that could injure him. This was something Gu Fei had never imagined. One had to know that extreme forbidden treasures were very difficult to refine because their power surpassed almost all other extreme Tao treasures. However, they could only be used once or twice. Some extreme forbidden treasures could be used up to 10 times. But each time they were used, their power would drop by a level. Li Changtian's extreme forbidden treasure could still be used. By this time, Li Changtian's shattered right arm was rapidly recovering. The bloody hole in Gu Fei's shoulder was also rapidly disappearing. Soon, both of them had recovered to their peak state. The two supreme lords were once again locked in a fierce battle. This time, they were evenly matched. It would not be easy to determine a victor. Gu Fei continuously used his trump card, but he could only injure Li Changtian. He couldn't kill him, and Li Changtian was the same. Time passed. Gu Fei and Li Changtian fought for a day and a night, but they still had no intention of stopping. The entire Shooting Sun ancestral ground was almost destroyed. Fortunately, the disciples of the Shooting Sun Temple escaped through the transportation formation. Otherwise, everyone would have died in the Shooting Sun Temple ancestral ground. At this time, more and more extreme supremes appeared in the nearby regions. Even supremes from other regions had arrived. Some even saw the figure of the East region's Supreme Lord appear nearby. The East region supremacy was a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Changtian. Chapter 3889. The peerless divine battle at the supremacy level shook the entire primogenitor realm. Who is Gu Fei? He can actually fight Li Changtian to a standstill. You don't know, but he's a legend. A legend? Since ancient times, how many legends have appeared in the southern region? He's just a little guy, yet he dares to use this title? Some people were very disdainful. Even Li Changtian didn't dare to call himself a legend in the past. One had to know that Li Changtian was a guy who destroyed a great world in a fit of anger. In the past, Li Changtian was called Mad Manly. This Mad Manly disappeared for countless years. Some people said that he entered the most mysterious place in the primogenitor realm in the depths of the primogenitor mountain range to seek a breakthrough to that illusory cultivation realm. That realm was only a realm amongst supremacies. It was hard to say whether there was such a realm or not. Only Mad Manly would dare to do such a crazy thing. Mad Manly is going crazy again. A middle-aged man in hemp robes surrounded by a deathly aura appeared in the distant sky. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding supremacies immediately retreated far away, as if they were avoiding a god of plague. What? Why is he still alive? The supremacies of the older generation were incomparably terrified when they saw that figure. When a blood-colored stone coffin with endless blood-colored baleful aura broke through the void and appeared, everyone was indescribably shocked. The aura emitted from the blood-colored stone coffin was too shocking. It was like a terrifying blood-colored sea had appeared between the heavens and the earth. A faintly discernible blood-colored figure could be faintly seen struggling in the sea of blood, as if an army of the dead was about to break through the void and kill its way out. Who is this? Countless supremacies were incomparably shocked. A few supremacies couldn't dodge in time and came into contact with the blood-colored baleful aura from the stone coffin. Their clothes instantly turned into ashes, and even a large piece of their skin and flesh melted away. Those few supreme beings immediately fled, breaking out in cold sweat from fright. This blood-colored baleful aura was too powerful. It could actually injure the supreme bodies of supremacies. One had to know that the supreme bodies of supremacies were indestructible and immortal. Even if the world was destroyed, they would still exist. However, they couldn't resist the corrosion of this blood-colored baleful aura. Without a doubt, the mysterious existence in this stone coffin could definitely kill a supreme being. Furthermore, none of the supreme beings present had ever seen this stone coffin before. The aura emanating from the stone coffin was simply too ancient. It was as if it had existed since time immemorial. When did the primogenitor realm have such an existence? Someone said in horror. If you ask me, who should I ask? No one present knew the origin of this stone coffin. Even Mad Taoist didn't say anything. He looked at the stone coffin in the sky with a pensive look on his face. The murderous aura emanating from the stone coffin gradually condensed into a blood-colored figure that was even larger than a mountain. The moment the blood shadow appeared, a terrifying and monstrous aura immediately surged out from it. The space around the blood shadow trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared. Could it be? Mad Taoist seemed to have thought of something. The way he looked at the blood-colored sarcophagus changed. His expression turned serious, and he no longer looked drunk. The blood-colored sarcophagus was mysterious and unfathomable. All the supreme beings were afraid of it and didn't dare to approach it. The middle-aged man in hemp robes glanced at the blood-colored sarcophagus. His face that was as white as paper was as calm as a mirror, without any expression. At this moment, Gu Fei and Li Changtian descended from the sky once again and fought their way to the ground. The ancestral land of the Shooting Sun Divine Hall was completely destroyed this time. Nothing was left. Even a dragon vein beneath the ground was captured by Li Changtian and eaten in one bite. He used the essence of the dragon vein to replenish his Yuan Qi. This guy, the supreme beings who were watching the battle were shocked. Li Changtian was truly unbridled. He could even devour the dragon veins of the earth. One must know that for the earth to nurture a dragon vein, it would take millions or even tens of millions of years. This was especially true in the primogenitor realm. A dragon vein might take millions of years to nurture. An extreme supreme being would only appear every few 100,000 years. The formation of a dragon vein was much more difficult than becoming a supreme being. Under normal circumstances, no one would easily destroy a dragon vein. Even an extreme supreme being who had the ability to capture a dragon vein would be very careful. Most of them would move the dragon vein to their ancestral land, or to a world that they had opened up themselves. Who would directly eat a dragon vein like Li Changtian did? Very good. Seeing Li Changtian's Yuan Qi surging and recovering to his peak state in an instant, Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract. This guy was indeed a formidable character of his generation. Li Changtian was definitely a vicious and merciless person. As long as he could defeat Gu Fei, he would use any means necessary. He wouldn't care about anyone or anything. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid. Although he had expended a lot of Yuan Qi during the battle, he still had 3 inner worlds to provide him with an endless supply of spiritual Qi. Even if the battle continued for another 10 days or half a month, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid. Rumble. One of Gu Fei's hands grasped Yin and the other grasped Yang. In the next moment, Yin and Yang energy erupted from both his hands. A black light and a white light appeared in the void like a black and white divine sun. Endless Yin and Yang energy erupted from Gu Fei's body and gathered in his hands. Go! Gu Fei bellowed. 2 balls of divine light immediately rushed out from his hands, intertwining with each other as they bombarded Li Changtian opposite him. The 2 yin-yang divine lights attracted the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled and countless black web-like spatial cracks appeared. This is supremacy. Yin-yang couldn't help but be moved. He had cultivated the yin and yang great Tao all his life and cultivated it to the extreme, becoming a supremacy yin-yang. However, this Gu Fei attracted the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth the moment he attacked. The yin-yang divine lights that erupted from the yin-yang divine lights were extremely powerful. Even if supremacy yin-yang used his full strength, his power wouldn't even reach 1%. Supremacy yin-yang couldn't help but sigh. An extreme legend was indeed an extreme legend. Boom! Just as the yin-yang divine lights were about to hit Li Changtian, an explosive sound came from Li Changtian's body. Then, the power of the 5 elements surged, collapsing the void and forming a whirlpool. The whirlpool formed by Li Changtian's 5 elements swallowed the yin-yang divine lights. The 2 yin-yang divine lights that Gu Fei shot out disappeared in an instant. Avalon of 5 elements. Chapter 3890. Li Changtian had finally used his trump card. Rumble. the heaven-devouring force exploded. The giant whirlpool that Li Changtian had conjured enveloped the entire sky and swallowed Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him. In the next moment, he found himself in a void. This was an incomparably huge void, just like the real heaven and earth. However, there were only 5 types of power in this void. They were the power of the 5 elements. A heaven and earth created by the power of the 5 elements? Gu Fei realized that this heaven and earth was different from the heaven and earth that he had seen before. Everything was floating in the void. Mountains, rocks, continents, everything was floating in the air. In just a moment, Gu Fei's divine sense spread out, covering billions of miles. That is, Gu Fei realized that not far away, there was a floating continent. Endless 5 elements chi was coming from that direction, causing him to be slightly moved. Haha, what legend! In my heaven and earth, I am the legend. At this moment, a loud laugh rang out. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei, staring at Gu Fei with a smile that was not a smile. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled nonchalantly. Kill. Li Changtian did not hesitate. He immediately mobilized the power of the entire 5 elements heaven and earth to obliterate Gu Fei. In this place, he was the legend. This saying was true. Gu Fei felt his body tighten. It was as if his entire body was sealed in ice. His movements instantly slowed down. The entire heaven and earth was collapsing. A terrifying destructive force was coming towards Gu Fei from all directions. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky. 9 types of Dao patterns immediately rushed out of his body. They formed a shield around him, blocking the destructive power of the 5 elements. Mountain, come. Li Changtian waved his right hand. A metal mountain flew over and smashed towards Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud rumble, the giant mountain directly smashed onto the layer of divine light around Gu Fei. The divine light shook violently, and the power of the 9 great paths erupted. In the next moment, the entire giant mountain directly exploded. At the same time, Li Changtian appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. He wanted to dodge, but his opponent's fist had already smashed into his chest, making a dull thud. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his chest and was sent flying hundreds of miles away. When he stabilized his body, he looked down and saw a fist mark deeply embedded in his chest. As Gu Fei inhaled and exhaled, the fist mark on his chest instantly disappeared. At this moment, Li Changtian's fist had already arrived. Without thinking, Gu Fei used his hand as a sword and slashed forward. Wong! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens. An extremely dazzling sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and fiercely slashed at Li Changtian's fist. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, like 2 real pieces of immortal divine metal clashing together. The 2 figures separated like lightning. In the next moment, the space between the 2 collapsed, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. The 5 elements world that Li Changtian had opened up shook violently. The mountains floating in the air were directly shattered, turning into dust. This was a world created by a supremacy. It was incomparably stable. However, at this moment, both Li Changtian and Gu Fei could easily tear this world apart. However, within the 5 elements world, Li Changtian's power seemed endless. With a wave of his hand, he could summon the power to kill a peak supremacy, or even a supremacy in the concealed stage. Moreover, this world was created by Li Changtian. He was the ruler of this world. The laws of the world would change according to his will. The power of the entire world rushed towards Gu Fei to suppress him. Gu Fei felt as if an incomparably heavy ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his body. Both his speed and agility were greatly reduced. This way, he was out of luck. Boom! Bam! Gu Fei was continuously sent flying by Li Changtian. If it weren't for his martial body being strong enough and the sky blue battle armor on him, he would have been blasted to smithereens. Preposterous! Gu Fei blocked Li Changtian's punch. However, he was sent flying thousands of miles away, directly smashing into a mountain floating in the air. Within the 5 elements world, he was being suppressed everywhere. The power of the world was constantly enveloping him, constantly suppressing him. Little guy, accept your fate. Li Changtian walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. When he took 3 steps, the entire world trembled under his feet. Endless power of the world was attracted by him. This gave Gu Fei the illusion that the entire world was rapidly shrinking with him as the center. Gu Fei only felt that the power of the 5 elements world suppressing him suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Oomph! Gu Fei stared at Li Changtian as sovereign-level Dao runes surged out from his body. A sky-blue battle robe appeared on his body, blocking the power of the world that was pressing down on him. Supreme battle armor? Seeing this, Li Changtian's pupils shrank. This guy really had a lot of good stuff on him. He had some understanding of Gu Fei. For an existence like him, it was impossible for him not to investigate his opponent before making a move. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although Li Changtian was called Mad Manly, he wasn't arrogant enough to look down on someone who defeated Old Monster Chu. Gu Fei had more than one supreme Dao treasure on him. However, up until now, Gu Fei was still fighting with his fists. He hadn't used any supreme Dao treasures. In other words, Li Changtian hadn't been able to force Gu Fei to use his supreme Dao treasure. But now, Gu Fei was finally going to use the Sky Blue Battle Armor. The Sky Blue Battle Armor was a supreme Dao battle armor that Gu Fei had refined using immortal metal. It was a supreme Dao battle armor that he had refined himself. In Gu Fei's hands, there was a fundamental difference between a supreme Dao treasure that he refined himself and a supreme Dao treasure that was refined by others. The supreme Dao treasure that he refined himself was the most suitable for him. If it wasn't for the supreme Dao treasure that he refined himself, even if it was the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei wouldn't be able to use it as he pleased. Once the sky blue battle armor appeared, Gu Fei's body instantly felt light. The power of the world suppressing him was completely blocked by the sky blue battle armor. You want me to accept my fate? You don't have the right. Gu Fei stared at Li Changtian as he coldly spoke. An unprecedentedly powerful battle intent erupted from his body, directly breaking through the shackles of the heavens and earth. The power of the 5 elements world that Li Changtian had refined could no longer affect him. Chapter 3891. The 5 elements heaven and earth was like a prison, trapping Gu Fei inside. At this moment, the 5 elements heaven and earth that Li Changtian had opened up boiled. The 5 elements heaven and earth was vast and mighty, and the endless power of the 5 elements was drawn by Li Changtian. Clang! The power of the 5 elements turned into 5 divine chains that wrapped around Gu Fei. Every divine chain was covered with the 5 elements Dao markings. They were like 5-colored divine rainbows that wrapped around Gu Fei's body. The 5 elements God chains were supported by the power of the 5 elements heaven and earth, and were far more powerful than ordinary saint weapons of the Great Path. Gu Fei was immediately tied up tightly by the 5 elements God chains. The 5 elements God chains even pierced into his body. Even the sky blue battle robe let out a cry, unable to withstand the 5 elements God chains. Go to hell. At this moment, Li Changtian's right hand made a grabbing motion in the void, and a 5 elements God spear immediately appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and directly attacked Gu Fei. The God spear in his hand pierced fiercely towards Gu Fei's eyebrows. Break! Gu Fei roared, and violent martial arts power exploded from his body. With a clang, the 5 elements God chains that wrapped around his body were directly broken. In the next moment, he directly punched the God spear that was piercing towards him, and an unprecedented power exploded from his fist. The God spear that Li Changtian had pierced towards him was directly sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. What? Li Changtian was shocked. Gu Fei's power had suddenly increased by several times. The power of that punch was something that even he could not withstand. The God spear that was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch directly exploded in the void. At this moment, Gu Fei's speed and power had increased to a level that made even Li Changtian's heart palpitate. Li Changtian hurriedly retreated. However, Gu Fei was already directly charging towards him. Bam! There were no moves, no great techniques. It was just a direct collision, and Li Changtian was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from within his body. If others were to see this scene, they would surely be shocked to the point that their eyeballs would fall off. At Li Changtian's level of cultivation, his bones were even tougher than the strongest extreme Dao treasure. Even if he was directly smashed by the cauldron of mountain and river, his bones would not break. However, Gu Fei's collision was much more powerful than the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Li Changtian directly crashed into the Five Elements continent. This was a continent that Li Changtian had opened up in the Five Elements world. The Five Elements essence Qi gathered on it, and it was full of vitality. Countless living beings lived there. When Li Changtian crashed into the Five Elements continent, the entire Five Elements continent shook. Countless living beings were terrified. The force of Li Changtian's collision was so strong that it directly pierced through the Five Elements continent. Kill! Gu Fei did not hesitate. In the next moment, he caught up to Li Changtian and punched out. This was a punch that surpassed his limits. This punch shook the entire Five Elements world. Without any suspense, Li Changtian was blasted into a mist of blood by Gu Fei's punch. His supreme body, which was even stronger than an extreme Dao treasure, could not withstand this punch. At this moment, Gu Fei had entered a state of breaking through his limits. Be it speed or strength, they had both surpassed his own limits. He had reached an invincible level. How is this possible? The mist of blood condensed and a figure appeared. Li Changtian had actually reformed his physical body in an instant. He stared at Gu Fei with indescribable shock. This guy could actually blow him up with a punch. How was it possible for him to obtain such near-invincible strength in an instant? Gu Fei also knew that an attack of this level would not be able to kill Li Changtian. At this moment, a set of battle armor appeared on Li Changtian's body. The Five Elements battle armor. Li Changtian had once worn this battle armor to fight in all directions. He had killed so many Supremes in the southern domain that they had to bow down to him. Li Changtian also used his extreme Dao treasure. His entire body was covered in a layer of five-colored godly metal. Only his face was exposed. This was the Five Elements godly metal. It was hard to find in this world. This Li Changtian had actually found the Five Elements godly metal and forged it into a set of Five Elements battle armor. But so what? Gu Fei did not stop. He punched out again. Humph. Li Changtian sneered and also punched out. Bam! Gotcha! The two fists collided. In the next moment, Li Changtian's arm actually bent strangely. The bones in his arm were all shattered. If not for the protection of the Five Elements battle armor, half of his body would probably have been smashed. Li Changtian was sent flying again. Li Changtian was shocked and angry. Ever since he had cultivated to the extreme Dao treasure realm, he had never been in such a sorry state. Even when he met the Sky Clan's old clan leader, he could easily retreat. But when he met the Sky Clan's old clan leader again after he became a supremacy, he was forced to retreat. The Sky Clan's old clan leader did not dare to fight him. The three supremacies of the southern domain had never engaged in a life or death battle. In fact, whenever they met, they were very careful. Some even retreated. For example, the old heavenly clan leader wasn't afraid of Li Changtian, but he didn't want to fight him. Therefore, after Li Changtian became a supremacy, the Sky Clan's old clan leader chose to live in seclusion. The entire Sky Clan retreated into the mountains and no longer meddled in the affairs of the cultivation world. Li Changtian was the same. After Old Monster Chu became a supremacy, he charged into the deepest part of the ancestral mountains and disappeared for countless years. But now, Gu Fei appeared out of nowhere. With his own strength, he suppressed the entire southern region supremacy and became the fourth supreme supremacy of the southern region. This broke the balance of power in the southern region. Especially after Gu Fei defeated Old Monster Chu, the invincible battle prowess he displayed made all the supremacies of the southern region feel threatened. Moreover, Chu Huangji of the Chu clan was scared to death after being slapped by Gu Fei. When the Li clan's two ancestors were visited by Gu Fei, they did not even dare to let out a fart. They obediently handed over the territories they had seized from Gu Fei and ceded hundreds of millions of miles of land to Gu Fei. To the Li clan, It was an extraordinary humiliation to be bullied at their doorstep. Before Li Changtian returned, the Li clan's ancestor could only lower his head to Gu Fei. But now it was different. Li Changtian had returned, and the Li clan no longer needed to lower their heads to anyone. Gu Fei could not maintain the state of breaking his limit for long. He could only maintain it for 5 breaths of time. At this time, 3 breaths of time had already passed. Roar! Gu Fei roared and attacked with all his strength. The power of breaking his limit surged out, destroying everything in its path. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire 5 elements world was penetrated by his fist. Even Li Changtian was thrown out of the 5 elements world. Gu Fei rushed out. For breaths of time, Gu Fei could still attack once while in the state of breaking his limit. At this time, everyone in the outside world was shocked. After Gu Fei was sucked into the 5 elements world, the two of them disappeared before everyone's eyes and fought their way into the 5 elements world. Just as the supremacies were waiting anxiously, the void suddenly shattered, and a colorful figure rushed out from the shattered void. This person was sent flying for thousands of miles, smashed through a mountain, and fell to the ground. He slowly stood up. The 5 elements battle armor on his body was filled with cracks, as if it could shatter into millions of pieces at any time. At this moment, a figure appeared above Li Changtian's head. A huge hand grabbed Li Changtian's head. Boom! An invincible power of breaking his limit exploded from Gu Fei's hand, and in the next moment, Li Changtian's helmet was shattered. Next, the 5 elements battle armor on his body began to shatter. Li Changtian suffered unimaginable damage. His body had exploded in more than 10 places, and his flesh was a mess. The 5 elements battle armor was actually shattered by Gu Fei. That was an unparalleled battle armor forged from the immortal 5 elements metal, and it was destroyed by Gu Fei just like that. The god of the 5 elements battle armor rushed out, but was not destroyed by Gu Fei. As long as the god of the Extreme Path Dao treasure was not destroyed, the Extreme Path Dao treasure could not be considered destroyed. Was Li Changtian going to lose? Seeing this, all the supremacies were shocked. Could it be that even the supremacies were no match for Gu Fei? Roar! Just as everyone thought that Li Changtian was going to lose, he suddenly roared. In the next moment, 5 figures rushed out from his body and attacked Gu Fei at the same time. What? Gu Fei was shocked, and he was immediately sent flying. At the same time, his extreme breakthrough state was fading. Soon, that unparalleled power that looked down on the world and intimidated the entire region was quickly weakening. 5 breaths of time was up. What Gu Fei did not expect was that he had already destroyed Li Changtian's mystical fire incarnation, but this guy actually managed to refine another mystical fire incarnation so quickly. What's going on? At this time, all the supremacies were shocked. Gu Fei's aura was actually weakening. Could it be that he could not hold on any longer? Is this a lose-lose situation? Some people's eyes immediately lit up. Whoosh! At this time, a huge hand directly grabbed at Li Changtian from afar. What? The supremacies who were watching the battle were shocked. The huge hand that grabbed at Li Changtian was a hand of death, and it emitted a monstrous aura of death. It was the middle-aged man in hemp robes who had attacked. This guy. Seeing this, the 2 progenitors of the Li clan went crazy. The 3rd progenitor directly took out his extreme Dao weapon and attacked the middle-aged man in hemp robes. It was a battle spear, and it directly pierced through the void, stabbing at the middle-aged man in hemp robes. However, in the next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. All they saw was a ball of light of death surging from the middle-aged man in hemp robes. The moment the battle spear that the 3rd progenitor took out came into contact with the ball of light of death, it was instantly corroded, turning into dust that dissipated into the void. The 3rd progenitor of the Li clan was dumbfounded. His extreme Dao battle spear was destroyed just like that? At this time, the Li clan's 2nd progenitor's power of time and space arrived, wanting to freeze the middle-aged man in hemp robes. However, what was unbelievable was that the middle-aged man's power of death could even corrode time and space. At the same time, Li Changtian also made his move. 5 figures instantly collided, and then fused into one figure. The 5 elements incarnations merged into one, and they could fight existences in the extreme Tao secret realm. Boom! Chapter 3892. Someone had actually launched a sneak attack on Li Changtian. This shocked all the spectating Supremes. It had to be known that the battle between Gu Fei and Li Changtian was a battle between Supremes. Who would dare to interfere in this battle? Wouldn't that be courting death? In the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm, the only person who had the ability to interfere in the battle between Gu Fei and Li Changtian was Old Monster Chu. However, Old Monster Chu had a strange temperament. He wouldn't join forces with Li Changtian. Some people said that there was a grudge between Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu. Neither of them liked the other. Wherever Li Changtian appeared, Old Monster Chu definitely wouldn't appear. And wherever Old Monster Chu appeared, Li Changtian definitely wouldn't appear. Whether it was during Li Changtian's era or Old Monster Chu's era, no one had ever seen the two together. However, Old Monster Chu had just been defeated by Gu Fei not long ago. He probably hadn't recovered yet. However, the person who had launched a sneak attack on Li Changtian wasn't the Old Monster Chu or the Old Monster Chu. It was the middle-aged man shrouded in a deathly aura. This guy, Mad Taoist, stared at the hemp-robed middle-aged man with an incomparably solemn expression. Among all the Supremes present, there were only two existences that he couldn't see through. One was the hemp-robed middle-aged man, and the other was the existence within the blood-colored stone coffin. The blood-colored sarcophagus itself was already very strange. No one knew what was inside. Even an existence like Mad Taoist found it difficult to tell whether the creature inside the sarcophagus was a human or a creature of another race. The blood-colored aura emanating from the coffin made Mad Taoist's heart palpitate. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Li Changtian was enraged. The five elements fusion incarnation charged at the middle-aged man. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed and everything was destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. It was just an incarnation, but it was so powerful. It could practically suppress all Supremes below the extreme path. Li Changtian's five elements incarnation arrived in front of the middle-aged man and pressed his right hand forward. Wong. The void shook, and a divine wheel of the five elements immediately appeared in his hand. It rushed toward the middle-aged man in sackcloth. The power of the extreme secret realm surged out from the divine wheel of five elements and instantly enveloped the middle-aged man in sackcloth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The battle prowess of Li Changtian's five elements incarnation had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man in sackcloth pointed with his finger, and a ray of death light directly turned into a death sword, which instantly broke through the divine wheel of five elements. Swoosh! The sword of death flashed past, directly chopping off one of Li Changtian's five elements incarnation's arms. Then, it made a turn in the void and once again slashed towards Li Changtian's five elements incarnation. How is this possible? The spectating supreme martial artists were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. That was an existence that could suppress an extreme path secret realm, but it was defeated by a single finger from this middle-aged man in hemp robes. They saw Li Changtian's five elements incarnation's severed arm dissipate in the void, and at the same time, another arm grew out from his body. Li Changtian's five elements incarnation was extremely powerful, and he immediately attacked again. His figure suddenly disappeared, and the sword of death slashed at the void, tearing a 10-mile-long hole in the void. Without any warning, the five elements incarnation appeared behind the middle-aged man in sackcloth and directly punched him. This punch directly shook the void, and the entire space was about to collapse. However, the middle-aged man in sackcloth did not even look at it, and directly grabbed the five elements incarnation's punch with a backhand. The extremely ferocious punch was easily blocked by the middle-aged man in sackcloth, as if it was completely effortless. At this time, Gu Fei once again faced off against Li Changtian. The Li clan's second and third primogenitors were fighting with all their might, and the power of time and space exploded. Under the envelopment of the power of time and space, the void distorted, and the surrounding flowers and trees rapidly withered. This was the power of time. An extreme path supreme martial artist was accidentally affected, and instantly turned from a young man to a white-haired old man. It was as if he had been stripped of countless years in an instant. If it had been someone below the supremacy realm, they would have long been destroyed, but supremacy would not die so easily. That supreme martial artist turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. In the next moment, his old appearance gradually disappeared, and soon, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate and hurriedly retreated. No one wanted to be affected by a battle of this level, because if they were not careful, they would end up being destroyed in both body and soul. Kill. The Li clan's third primogenitor stretched out his hand, and countless divine spears directly appeared in the void, piercing towards the middle-aged man in sackcloth. The middle-aged man did not speak. He only waved his sleeves, and the countless divine spears directly shattered in the void. Although the Li clan's second primogenitor's power of time had enveloped the middle-aged man, it did not affect him at all. He did not fear the power of time at all. Time seemed to have no effect on him at all. How is this possible? The Li clan's second primogenitor was indescribably shocked. It should be known that all living beings lived in time, except for some special existences and special places that could avoid time. Boom! The middle-aged man moved, and in the next moment, the Li clan's third primogenitor directly shattered in the void, turning into a mist of blood. He did not even have time to scream. The Li clan's second primogenitor was directly sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even Li Changtian's 5 elements incarnations were sent flying. Damn it! When Li Changtian saw this, he could not help but be shocked and angry. He wanted to attack, but Gu Fei blocked in front of him. Although you are not a supremacy, you have surpassed a supremacy. Li Changtian looked at the middle-aged man and said such words. In the primogenitor realm, some people's cultivation and battle prowess were definitely not weaker than a supremacy. However, these people were not considered supremacies. No one knew that they were existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supremacy. The middle-aged man was such an existence. Roar! At this time, the Li clan's third primogenitor reformed his supreme divine body. He was both shocked and angry. He could not even take a single move from the middle-aged man and was instantly blown apart. Even his second brother had been sent flying by the attack. Who the hell are you? The Li clan's third primogenitor stared at the middle-aged man and gritted his teeth. The middle-aged man did not speak. He only stood quietly in the void, his entire body shrouded in death energy. He was like a god of death that could not speak. Preposterous. The Li clan's third primogenitor felt that he had been ignored and couldn't help but fly into a rage. However, the other party's battle prowess was heaven-defying and comparable to a supremacy. How could such an existence be unknown? Yet, no one really knew who this fellow was. Just like the blood-colored coffin, no one knew the middle-aged man's background. Even the oldest supremacy did not know. Only the mad Taoist seemed to be deep in thought. Gu Fei, don't go overboard. Li Changtian stared at Gu Fei and said in a low voice. At this time, the shadow of the 5 elements armor appeared on his body. It was the soul of the 5 elements armor, the god of the 5 elements armor. I'm going overboard? Gu Fei almost laughed when he heard this. He did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came to him. It was clearly the Li clan that was overbearing and kept invading Gu Fei's territory. The Li clan was doing this because Li Changtian had returned. It's your Li clan that's going overboard. Gu Fei looked at Li Changtian in silence. What did you say? Li Changtian was startled. Could it be that his second and third brothers had done many bad things behind his back? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then scram. Gu Fei said to Li Changtian, his expression indifferent. Boom. At this time, the void trembled. A great battle at the extreme path level erupted. The Li clan's second and third ancestors and Li Changtian's 5 elements incarnations attacked at the same time. The entire area crumbled and turned into chaos. However, the middle-aged man's cultivation and battle prowess left everyone dumbfounded. With each slap, he sent the 3 experts of the Li clan flying. They were in a sorry state, especially the Li clan's third ancestor. His head exploded. At this time, Gu Fei and Li Changtian were facing each other. Their auras continued to rise. The void around them trembled and cracks appeared one after another in the void. Who is he? Mad Taoist couldn't remember who this guy was, who was surrounded by a deathly aura. Die! Die! Gu Fei and Li Changtian roared at the same time. The two figures pounced forward and started fighting. Boom! Boom! Gu Fei's fists were as heavy as 100,000 mountains. His fists danced as if they could destroy everything. Undefeatable fist intent, undefeatable fists. Li Changtian was shocked and angry at the same time. He had no choice but to take action. The supreme power of the 5 elements burst out from his body, terrifying to the heavens. Rays of 5-colored divine light turned into 5 elements divine spears, piercing towards Gu Fei's incoming fist. Clang! Gu Fei smashed away the 5 elements divine spear with a single punch. Then, he took a step forward and punched again. An extremely terrifying fist force surged out. Although Li Changtian was strong, he was injured. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was unharmed. Li Changtian was no match for Gu Fei. Boom! Li Changtian was sent flying without any suspense. Roar! Li Changtian roared madly, but there was nothing he could do. One should know that Gu Fei was a legend. Before, he had looked down on Gu Fei, thinking that Gu Fei's reputation was undeserved. Chapter 38-93. Gu Fei was a martial supremacy. His martial body was invincible. Even supremacies with innately powerful bodies were nothing more than puny fellows in front of Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei punched out. There were no fluctuations of divine power, but the void in front of his fist was annihilated soundlessly. Li Changtian was sent flying thousands of miles away. Li Changtian was both shocked and furious. At this moment, he finally understood that Curmudgeon Chu's defeat wasn't unjust. Gu Fei was simply a monster. He was actually this strong. He had been very confident, but now, in front of Gu Fei, he couldn't muster up any more confidence. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Li Changtian's body. Countless cracks appeared on his exposed skin, as though it was about to fall apart. 5 elements, undying body. Li Changtian roared. An immortal divine light of life erupted from his body. The countless cracks on his body quickly disappeared. In just 2 breaths' time, Li Changtian's cultivation base and battle strength were restored to their peak state. Even the injuries he had sustained earlier were healed in an instant. Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw this. Li Changtian had actually cultivated such a life-saving technique. He could sense the changes in Li Changtian's body. In that instant, Li Changtian's body had erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful 5 elements life force. It was this 5 elements life force that had instantly healed Li Changtian's injured body. As Li Changtian's 5 elements physique recovered to its peak state, his 5 elements clones also became stronger. However, even though Li Changtian's 5 elements clones' battle strength had greatly increased, they still weren't a match for the middle-aged man in hemp robes. Even the Li clan's 2nd and 3rd progenitors weren't enough. The middle-aged man seemed to be casually attacking, but the Li clan's 2nd and 3rd progenitors were constantly sent flying. The 3rd progenitor's physical body was continuously destroyed by the middle-aged man. Only Li Changtian's 5 elements clones could exchange a few blows with the middle-aged man, but they were still sent flying. All the supremacies who witnessed this scene were indescribably shocked. They couldn't believe that this fellow, shrouded in an aura of death, was actually a supremacy lord existence. Only existences at the supremacy level could suppress these 3 powerhouses. The Li clan is in trouble this time, someone whispered. The current situation was very unfavorable for the Li clan. It should be known that Gu Fei was also a supreme lord. This was equivalent to Li Changtian fighting 2 supreme lords by himself. No matter how strong Li Changtian was, he basically had no chance of winning against 2 supremacies. With 2 supremacies joining hands, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the Li clan. Some people were talking in low voices. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Li Changtian. Boom! Just as the 2 supremes of the Li clan and Li Changtian's 5 elements incarnations were about to give in, a monstrous blood energy suddenly surged forth from afar. An incomparably huge blood hand grabbed out towards the middle-aged man in hemp robes. When the group of supreme beings saw this, they could not help but be shocked. Why did even this person take action? The crimson sarcophagus shook, and the crimson figure condensed from the endless evil chi suddenly seemed to come to life. A terrifying supremacy-level divine might erupted from its body. Another supremacy? The group of supreme beings was already numb. What kind of world was this? Normally, there would not be a single supremacy in millions of years. Now, there were actually 4 supremacies. If the Sky Clan Old Clan Master and Old Monster Chu were included, wouldn't there be 6 supremacies in the entire southern region of the Ancestral Realm? There had never been so many supremacies in the southern region of the Ancestral Realm. It should be known that even a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, let alone supremacies. The Ancestral Realm was boundlessly vast, and even supreme beings did not know how vast it was. However, no matter how vast the southern region of the Ancestral Realm was, it could definitely accommodate 6 supremacies. The middle-aged man in hemp robes did not speak. He directly attacked. The power of death surged from his hand and transformed into a divine sword of death that slashed at the incoming crimson hand. The sword of death seemed to be indestructible as it directly split the blood-red hand in half. The sword of annihilation emitted by the sword of death turned in the void and directly slashed towards the blood-red figure. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded from the crimson stone coffin. Then, blood-colored Tao patterns appeared on the stone coffin. A blood-colored Tao pattern rushed out of the stone coffin and transformed into a blood-colored spear that soared into the sky. It directly blocked the descending sword of death. The sword of death conjured by the middle-aged man in hemp robes clashed with the spear formed by the Tao patterns that rushed out of the blood-colored stone coffin. This was a battle between the 2 powers of death. The vast and mighty power of death formed a storm of death that spread out in all directions. The surrounding supreme beings hurriedly retreated far away. If they were affected by the power of death, it would be no laughing matter. If they came into contact with a wisp of the death aura of a supremacy, they would definitely lose their lives. At this moment, the 2 primogenitors of the Li clan and Li Changtian's 5 elements clones took advantage of the battle between the 2 supremacies to retreat. Li Changtian's 5 elements clones rushed towards Li Changtian, wanting to merge with him and increase his battle prowess. Gu Fei punched out and directly sent the 5 elements clones flying. This shocked and angered Li Changtian. He had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Even the old clan lord of the Sky Clan did not have such battle prowess as Gu Fei. After today, regardless of victory or defeat, there would definitely be a place for Gu Fei in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. Major 5 elements reincarnation. Li Changtian roared. His entire body actually transformed into an incomparably huge 5 elements wheel, instantly enveloping the entire void. An extremely terrifying power directly enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten. His entire body involuntarily soared into the sky, flying towards the incomparably huge 5 elements wheel in the sky. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Li Changtian actually had this trick up his sleeves. He was not a 5 elements sovereign, but a reincarnation sovereign who had cultivated the great Tao of reincarnation. This was an incredible great Tao that controlled reincarnation and could determine one's life and death. Once the power of reincarnation was unleashed, no matter how powerful he would still be thrown into reincarnation. Since ancient times, the most mysterious and unfathomable power had been the power of reincarnation. At this moment, the power of the 5 elements reincarnation took effect on Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him. It was as if he had entered another world, and he was in a daze. You want to throw me into reincarnation? Gu Fei still maintained a trace of consciousness. He had not truly sunk into it. However, at this moment, Gu Fei felt as though he was in someone's embrace. The warmth of the embrace made him want to continue sleeping. It was the embrace of a woman. Intuition told Gu Fei that this was his closest relative. Mother? Gu Fei wanted to open his eyes to take a look, but he found that even if he did, all he could see was a blur. He could not see his mother's appearance at all. Although he knew that all of this was fake, he had an urge to continue sinking into it. He did not want to wake up. Gu Fei had never known who his parents were. Before he could understand anything, he was brought back to the Taishan sect by his master, Wan Xianqing. To him, his master was his father. He did not expect that Li Changtian would be able to touch the deepest memories of his soul. This was a memory from when he was still an infant. Even Gu Fei would not remember this memory. It would be sealed in the deepest part of his soul. What's going on? Gu Fei still maintained a trace of consciousness. He wanted to know who his parents were, but even his master, Wan Xianqing, did not know about his past. And now, his master, Wan Xianqing, had fallen a long time ago. Even the Taishan sect had disappeared. If Gu Fei wanted to know about his past, he would have to search for it in the memories of his soul that had been sealed for a long time. At this time, just as Gu Fei's consciousness fell into the cycle of reincarnation, in the outside world, Gu Fei was suppressed by the 5 elements wheel of reincarnation. The power of the 5 elements and the power of reincarnation acted on his body at the same time. Gu Fei's martial body did not move. However, even though the destructive power that erupted from the 5 elements wheel of reincarnation became stronger and stronger, it could not hurt the martial body at all. Whoosh! The 5 elements incarnation that had been blown away by Gu Fei's punch finally rushed over and instantly merged with the 5 elements wheel of reincarnation. Buzz! The 5 elements wheel of reincarnation began to vibrate. Countless patterns of the 5 elements and mysterious reincarnation patterns emerged from the wheel and intertwined. Seeing this scene, all the supreme beings were dumbfounded. The originally powerful and invincible Gu Fei was actually suppressed by the 5 elements wheel of reincarnation created by Li Changtian. He was motionless. Oh no! When the shooting Sun Supreme and the others saw this, their expressions changed. Gu Fei had placed a restrictive spell on their bodies. Once Gu Fei perished, the restrictive spell on their bodies would be activated. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed, and they would die instantly. What should we do? The Black Wind Supreme was no longer calm. He did not want to be buried together with Gu Fei. What are you panicking for? Do you think our master has lost? The Thunder Tao Supreme glanced at the Black Wind Supreme and said coldly, "This." The Black Wind Supreme looked at the Thunder Tao Supreme and did not say anything. Even if Gu Fei was really going to be defeated, he would not dare to say it. All right, we have to believe in our master. The Shooting Sun Supreme came out to mediate. The Thunder Tao Supreme looked at the Shooting Sun Supreme coldly and did not say anything. These people did not know how powerful and terrifying their master was. Although Li Changtian was powerful, Gu Fei was not someone to be trifled with. Gu Fei's martial body was unimaginably powerful. Even a great killing weapon like the 5 elements wheel of reincarnation couldn't damage it at all. Our master's physical body is simply much stronger than immortal divine metal, someone exclaimed. Chapter 3894. Li Changtian was really going all out. He didn't hesitate to use his own body to form the 5 elements samsara wheel. He wanted to beat Gu Fei into the samsara wheel and completely obliterate Gu Fei there. However, Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Gu Fei's ultimate martial body was even stronger than the strongest extreme Dao weapon. Moreover, he was wearing the sky blue immortal gold battle armor. Even if Li Changtian used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Rumble, high up in the sky, the 5 elements samsara wheel was vast and mighty, completely drowning Gu Fei. The endless power of the 5 elements obliterated Gu Fei, constantly weakening his protective light. The mighty power of a supremacy caused all the other supremacies to retreat in fear of being affected by the samsara wheel. If they were beaten into the samsara wheel, their souls would scatter and they would become a soulless walking corpse. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a strange state. His soul was undergoing the samsara wheel, but his physical body was still undying, blocking the 5 elements samsara wheel. Li Changtian wanted to obliterate Gu Fei's soul and martial body, so that Gu Fei would completely disappear from this world. This Li Changtian is really ruthless. The mad Taoist expression turned even more solemn when he saw this. He had thought that Li Changtian was unlucky, but now it seemed that Li Changtian still had a chance to turn the tables. This battle between supremacies was really full of surprises. No one could guess the outcome of this battle. Right now, it seemed like Gu Fei was at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed by Li Changtian. But who knew if Gu Fei would turn the tables again and beat Li Changtian? Li Changtian has used his final trump card. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky. Beside him stood a white-robed youth. Old ancestor, who do you think will win this battle? The white-robed youth, Tian, asked the celestial clan leader respectfully. That's hard to say. The celestial clan leader muttered. Until the very end, even he wouldn't be able to guess the outcome of this battle. Even the old ancestor couldn't see the outcome of this battle. Tianxian couldn't help but be extremely shocked. In his heart, this ancestor of his was absolutely one of the most formidable existences in the Southern Territory and even the entire ancestral realm. Could it be that this Gu Fei was so powerful that even the old ancestor couldn't see through him? Tian was the most outstanding existence among the younger generation of the Sky Clan. His cultivation had already reached the mid-level of the Supremacy Realm, and he was much stronger than the average Supremacy Realm cultivators. His cultivation was even higher than that of old Monster Chu's Taoist boy. At this time, Gu Fei's soul was experiencing an indescribable reincarnation cycle. He seemed to have become a newborn baby, held in his mother's arms and carefully cared for. He had never experienced such a thing before. He also didn't know his own identity. To him, this was the most regretful thing in his life. One had to know that all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths had parents. He wasn't born from a rock, so he naturally had parents as well. However, there was probably no one in the current world who knew who his parents were. However, this didn't mean that there was no way to find out who Gu Fei's parents were. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could completely use his bloodline to deduce which people in the myriad worlds were related to him. Of course, it was not so easy to perform such a great technique that traced back to the source. At this time, Li Changtian's samsara power awakened the deepest memories in Gu Fei's soul, or perhaps it was his deepest obsession. You're still not dead this time? Li Changtian couldn't help being overjoyed when he sensed the state of Gu Fei's soul. If Gu Fei's soul continued to sink into the samsara cycle, his soul would sooner or later be completely obliterated by the samsara power. However, Li Changtian was also shocked by the strength of Gu Fei's soul. If an ordinary supremacy's soul was trapped in his samsara power, it would have long been obliterated. However, Gu Fei's soul was still incomparably strong. Although it had been weakened, it was still far from being obliterated. It couldn't be obliterated in a short period of time. At this time, time seemed to have no meaning to Gu Fei. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei finally let out a long sigh and directly woke up from the samsara power. In the next moment, the scene formed by Li Changtian's samsara power collapsed. The entire world formed by the samsara power collapsed. How is this possible? The entire reincarnation heaven and earth collapsed, leaving only 2 figures sitting cross-legged in the void. These 2 people were Gu Fei and Li Changtian. More accurately speaking, it was Gu Fei and Li Changtian's divine souls facing off against each other. You shouldn't have used samsara against me. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Gu Fei said indifferently. Looks like I made a mistake. Li Changtian sighed. Gu Fei was a supremacy of the 9 paths. Among the 9 paths that he had cultivated, there was the samsara great path. The samsara power's influence on Gu Fei could be said to be very small. However, Gu Fei had to admit that Li Changtian's samsara great path was much stronger than his. Back when he was undergoing the samsara tribulation, the deepest memories and obsessions in his soul had yet to be triggered. Obsessions, to put it bluntly, were the so-called inner demons. The deeper the obsessions, the more powerful the inner demons. Some people cultivated their entire lives, but in the end, they were trapped by their own obsessions. In the next moment, Gu Fei and Li Changtian's souls directly disappeared in the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei's martial body suddenly opened its eyes. At the same time, the 5-element samsara wheel that was suppressing Gu Fei disappeared in the void. A figure shot into the sky and directly disappeared into the depths of the sky. The powerful divine might of a supremacy also retreated like the tide, quickly disappearing. Gu Fei stood up in the void, stretched his back, and loosened his muscles. It was as if he had really experienced a reincarnation cycle, as if he had lived through countless years. Only those who had experienced the samsara power's baptism would have such a feeling. Everyone was dumbfounded. The battle had ended just like that? The Li clan's second and third ancestors saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly retreated. Were they going to stay here and be killed by Gu Fei? Gu Fei had no intention of attacking the Li clan's second and third ancestors. Who are my parents? Gu Fei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Did he have to go to Ziwei Battle Palace? Ziwei Battle Palace was a sect in the ancestral realm that divined the secrets of heaven. In the entire ancestral realm, it was one of the best. The current palace lord was said to be able to know millions of years in the past and millions of years in the future. He could calculate all the secrets of heaven and divine anything. If he wanted to know who his parents were, it seemed like he could only go to Ziwei Battle Palace and ask the palace lord of Ziwei Battle Palace to help. The battle between Gu Fei and Li Changtian at the supremacy level had ended. This battle left behind a great mystery. No one knew who had won and who had lost. This Gu Fei. Chapter 3895. The battle between Gu Fei and Li Changtian was a little strange. No one could tell who had won. Only the people involved knew the outcome of the battle. Even if the Sky Patriarch used the Great Tao Sky Eye, it was useless. That was the mysterious power of reincarnation. Even the Great Tao Sky Eye couldn't see through it. Big brother, you, the second and third progenitors rushed back to the Li clan's ancestral grounds. They rushed into the ancestral hall as if their butts were on fire and saw the first progenitor, Li Changtian, sitting on the throne. The second and third progenitors looked at Li Changtian, who was sitting on the throne, in shock and uncertainty. I'm fine. You can all leave. I want to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Li Changtian looked at his two brothers, then closed his eyes. This is, the second and third progenitors didn't dare say anything else and left. They were curious. Who won the battle between their big brother and Gu Fei? If Li Changtian defeated Gu Fei, then the Li clan, the Sky clan, and the Chu clan could rule the southern region. The power structure of the southern region wouldn't change much. But if Gu Fei defeated Li Changtian, then the Chu clan and the Li clan would have to step aside. In the end, only the Sky clan could be Gu Fei's opponent. If the Sky clan couldn't stop Gu Fei, then Gu Fei would become the ruler of the southern region. In the ancestral hall, on the throne, Li Changtian suddenly let out a long sigh. Then, with a wave of his hand, the door of the ancestral hall was closed. Big brother, this is... The third progenitor looked at the second progenitor. Did Big Brother lose? The second progenitor muttered, How is that possible? The third progenitor shook his head. Li Changtian was the southern region's supremacy. He had once forced the supremacy of the southern region to bow down. In the third progenitor's opinion, there was no way Gu Fei could defeat Li Changtian. At this time, outside the Li clan's ancestral land, the Tian clan's patriarch appeared with Tian Qian at the entrance. The old patriarch of the Tian clan directly came to find him. However, it was a pity that Li Changtian didn't come out to see the Sky clan patriarch, nor did he enter the Li clan's ancestral land. He only chatted with the second and third ancestors outside before leaving. At this moment, in the depths of Lightning Tao Sovereign's Lightning Lake, an ancient shrine with lightning coiling around it floated high up in the sky. Inside the ancient shrine, Gu Fei sat on a throne while Shooting Sun Sovereign, Black Wind Sovereign, Lightning Tao Sovereign, and other sovereigns stood before him. The most depressed person in the ancient shrine was definitely the Shooting Sun supremacy. However, the ancestral land of his Shooting Sun shrine had been completely destroyed in the battle between Gu Fei and Li Changtian. Even the dragon vein beneath the ancestral grounds was captured by Li Changtian and eaten in one bite. Of course, Gu Fei had subdued so many paragons, so he could easily find a place to stay. The lightning pool of the paragon of Lightning Tao was not bad, and the southern domain's Thunder Clan was a native of the Thunder Clan. The southern domain's lightning pool was a place where the power of lightning converged. Cultivating the Tao of Lightning here would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. As for the Thunder clan, they were naturally born to cultivate the Tao of Lightning. This clan would produce great figures in every generation. Their heritage might not be as old as the Sky clan, but they were definitely comparable to the Li clan, Chu clan, and other great clans. The Lightning Tao Sovereign was actually not the strongest existence in the Lightning Lake. The strongest was the primal Chaos Lightning Ancestor. Legend has it that he was born from the chaos. However, the primal Chaos Lightning Ancestor had disappeared for countless years. Even during the Ancestral Realm's most chaotic period, when the Thunder clan was almost wiped out, he did not appear. Many people believe that the primal Chaos Lightning Ancestor had fallen, but the Lightning Tao Sovereign and the other higher-ups of the Thunder clan believed that the primal Chaos Lightning Ancestor was still alive. Due to the disappearance of the primal Chaos Lightning Ancestor, the Southern Domain's Thunder clan gradually declined, leaving only the Lightning Tao Sovereign to hold the fort. If it wasn't for the Lightning Tao Sovereign overseeing the Lightning Lake, the entire Thunder Lake would have been conquered by other cultivation forces. Now, the Lightning Lake had become Gu Fei's territory. Li Changtian's reincarnation Tao is quite interesting, Gu Fei said calmly. I didn't expect that Li Changtian to be a dual Tao sovereign. He hit it well. The Shooting Sun Supreme said. If it wasn't for Gu Fei forcing Li Changtian to use the reincarnation Tao's power, the world would have thought that Li Changtian was a five-element supreme. Master, who won the battle between you and Li Changtian? The Black Wind Supreme asked Gu Fei carefully. The other people in the hall were also curious to death, and they all looked at Gu Fei eagerly. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, What's the point of winning and losing? I didn't kill Li Changtian, nor did I subdue him. It's a draw. A draw? The Supremes in the hall couldn't help but look at each other. A draw? The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were deep in thought. Their master's meaning of a draw was very deep. However, Gu Fei didn't seem to be injured in the battle with Li Changtian. They didn't know how Li Changtian was injured. However, there was no news from the Li clan. No one knew about Li Changtian's condition. They only heard that the Heavenly Clan leader had gone to the Li clan's ancestral land. Master, if the Heavenly Clan and the Li clan join forces, won't all our efforts be in vain? The Shooting Sun Supreme frowned and said, If the Li clan and the Heavenly Clan join forces, even Gu Fei wouldn't be able to withstand them. At least, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others didn't think that Gu Fei could go against the Li clan and the Heavenly Clan alone. Moreover, Gu Fei had beaten up the Chu clan's old monster Chu. In this case, Gu Fei would have to face the three strongest clans in the southern region of the Ancestral Realm. If the three clans joined forces, their strength would be unprecedented. Do you think I'm afraid of the three clans? If that's the case, then all of you are looking down on me, your master, Gu Fei said indifferently as he swept a glance at everyone. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Could it be that Master actually had the ability to contend against the three great races by himself? Just as Gu Fei and the rest settled down in the Thunder Lock, a blood-colored stone coffin soared into the sky and entered the depths of the starry sky. A figure of death walked across the land of the southern region. Wherever it went, it would lose all signs of life. The outcome of the battle between the two Death Sovereigns was not determined. However, their cultivation and battle prowess were on par, so it was not an easy task to determine a victor. The appearance of these two fiends added many variables to the southern region of the Ancestral Realm. At this time, Gu Fei sent the Shooting Sun Supreme to the Emperor Star Battle Palace to invite the current Palace Lord of the Emperor Star Battle Palace to help him divine the heavenly secrets. Chapter 3896. Boom. In the depths of the Ancestral Realm, a star suddenly exploded, and a blood-colored stone coffin rushed out, instantly disappearing into the starry sky. In the next moment, the blood-colored stone coffin appeared in another part of the starry sky, directly rushing into a huge divine sunday. In just an instant, the divine sun dimmed, and endless supreme yang essence chi was continuously devoured by the blood-colored stone coffin. In just an hour, the divine sun disappeared into the starry sky, and a small part of the starry sky immediately became pitch black. The blood-colored stone coffin was extremely strange, and it continuously devoured the power of various stars in the starry sky. After devouring the endless essence chi, the stone coffin began to change. Blood-colored Tao patterns continuously appeared on the stone coffin, and a bloody aura spread out in the starry sky, enveloping a small part of the starry sky. The essence chi of thousands of stars frantically gathered towards the blood-colored stone coffin and was devoured by it. All the essence chi of the stars was directly devoured, and then they turned into dust, dissipating in the starry sky. This is, a saint who was passing by in the nearby starry sky saw this scene, and his face turned pale with fright, and he immediately fled far away. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the distant starry sky, and the entire starry sky shook along with this roar. Following this roar, the stars in that starry sky also dimmed, and endless star power was devoured. The figure of a giant beast appeared in the starry sky. That giant beast was many times larger than a star, and its two eyes were much larger than ordinary stars. This is, a saint who was alarmed saw this giant beast, and he could not help but turn pale with fright. A star beast, and an adult star beast at that. A saint cried out in alarm. Although the ancestral realm was endless and vast, star beasts were still very rare. A descendant of the Wood clan, which was destroyed by Gu Fei, had once used a star beast to pull a chariot. However, those star beasts were only small beasts. Compared to adult star beasts, those small beasts were as weak as ants. The blood-colored stone coffin, that is, some saints discovered the blood-colored sarcophagus and were shocked. At that moment, the adult astral beast also discovered the blood-colored sarcophagus. The adult astral beast was surrounded by countless stars. Every speck of starlight was shining brightly, much more resplendent than a real star. Roar. The star beast roared angrily at the blood-colored sarcophagus, and the surrounding stars immediately exploded. A terrifying, monstrous, murderous aura emanated from the body of this giant beast, causing the entire star region to tremble. Even a saint-level expert couldn't take it and fled. The giant beast leaped and traversed the starry sky, pouncing on the blood-colored sarcophagus. Its giant claws slammed down on the blood-colored sarcophagus. The star beast's huge claws broke through the layers of blood-colored evil chi and slapped the blood-colored stone coffin. This star beast's attack could definitely shatter all the stars in a star domain. The blood-colored sarcophagus was sent flying by this attack. Boom! The blood-colored sarcophagus directly smashed a star. In the next moment, it directly soared into the sky and collided with the star beast. Swoosh! The star beast opened its mouth and spat out a dazzling starlight. This starlight directly blasted on the blood-colored sarcophagus that was colliding with it. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood-colored sarcophagus was blasted away again. Interesting. At that moment, a figure appeared in the starry sky. This person stood in the void with his hands behind his back. There was no powerful aura emanating from his body. It was a young man in black. Master, that sarcophagus. Standing next to the young man in black, a young man in white said. This young man in white had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was slender and carried a large bow on his back. An adult astral beast does have some ability. The young man in black said. An adult astral beast is comparable to a supremacy. The eyes of the young man in white lit up. Who are those two? At that moment, a saint-level expert noticed these two young men. They are worried about the disciples of those big clans and sects who came out to gain experience. Someone said with some disdain. The so-called disciples of big clans and sects only succeeded in their cultivation with the help of their clans. These two young fellows are actually commenting on the astral beast? What a joke. Someone said with disdain. In their opinion, the young man in black and the young man in white were just young fellows who were still wet behind the ears. The young man in black did not care about the mockery of the people around him. These fellows were just ants in front of him. Why would a giant dragon in the sky care about the mockery of ants on the ground? Master, these fellows. The young man in white did not have a good temper. These fellows actually dared to mock his master. They simply did not know what was good for them. The The young man in black did not say anything. They were Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme. Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme happened to pass by nearby and encountered this adult astral beast. Seeing that Gu Fei did not say anything, the Shooting Sun Supreme did not attack the fellows around him. At that moment, an extremely gorgeous chariot rushed over from the starry sky in the distance. The chariot was pulled by two snow-white unicorn celestial horses. The chariot charged straight at Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme. "Get out of the way." The person driving the chariot was a young man in purple with a haughty demeanor. He shouted at Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme, "You must have a death wish." The Shooting Sun Supreme waved his right hand, and the chariot was immediately sent flying. The two unicorn celestial horses that were pulling the chariot were immediately shattered in the void. Even the young man driving the chariot was sent flying thousands of miles away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding saints were stunned when they saw this. These two fellows were actually hidden experts. However, they had beaten up the young master of the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa. The Imperial Beast Mountain Villa was a cultivation force in the southern region of the ancestral realm that was only inferior to the Sky Tribe, the Li Tribe, and the Chu Tribe. The strength of the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa was no weaker than the Shooting Sun Sacred Hall. Furthermore, the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa had obtained the inheritance of an ancient beast venerate, and the current master of the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa possessed the mystic ability to control thousands of beasts. It was rumored that the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa was protected by the four great mythological beasts. The four great mythological beasts all had the bloodline of the four great ancient mythological beasts. Although they could not be compared to the ancient mythological beasts, their cultivation and combat strength were extremely close to the ancient mythological beasts. Are these two fellows courting death? How dare they attack the young master of the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa? They are in trouble. Not only will they die, but the sect behind them will also suffer. Someone exclaimed, "Imperial Beast Mountain Villa?" Chapter 3897. The young master of the Imperial Beast Villa, Yu Feng, was in deep sorrow today. He had just obtained a divine medicine from a star domain and was about to rush back to the Imperial Beast Villa. However, on his way back, he encountered an adult star beast. This was an extremely powerful adult star beast, and he wanted to use his beast taming technique to subdue this star beast. With Yu Feng's cultivation, he would definitely not dare to provoke an adult star beast. However, he brought along a supreme Tao weapon that his father had given him to protect himself. It was a beast taming collar. Even a supreme divine beast would have to obediently submit to the beast taming collar and allow itself to be controlled by the beast taming collar. However, just as Yu Feng was about to subdue the star beast, a blood-colored stone coffin suddenly appeared in the star domain. The blood-colored stone coffin barged into the territory of the star beast and angered it immediately. The star beast immediately started fighting with the blood-colored stone coffin. This was Yu Feng's chance. While the star beast was fighting with the blood-colored stone coffin, he could sneak an attack on the star beast. He would definitely have a 60% to 70% chance of success. If he could subdue this adult star beast and return to the Imperial Beast Villa, his father would definitely be very happy. However, just as he was about to drive the chariot and approach the star beast, a young man in white who was blocking the way in front waved his hand and sent him flying with the chariot. The unicorn horse that was pulling the chariot was turned into two clouds of blood mist. The chariot was destroyed, and the young master of the Imperial Beast Villa was also seriously injured. If it was not for the beast taming collar on him, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. Yu Feng was shocked and furious. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Yu Feng stood up. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and looked exhausted. The Shooting Sun Supremacy did not even look at Yu Feng. He only stared at the star beast and the blood-colored stone coffin in front of him. Only a battle of such techniques could arouse his interest. Seeing that the Shooting Sun Supremacy and Gu Fei were ignoring him, Yu Feng was so agitated that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Who are these two fellows? How dare they ignore the young master of the Imperial Beast Villa? Someone asked in a low voice in shock. Don't tell me they have a powerful background? Someone guessed. These cultivators who could appear in the star domain had at least a saint-level cultivation. Some of them had even cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm. He was just a step away from becoming a supremacy. However, since ancient times, countless cultivators have been stuck at the quasi-supreme realm. It was extremely difficult for them to take that final step. Good, very good. Just you wait. Yu Feng directly crushed a jade talisman in his hand. A mass of divine light rushed out from the shattered jade talisman and instantly enveloped him. In the next moment, Yu Feng's figure disappeared into thin air. He had made use of the power of the jade talisman to escape. As for the shooting Sun Supreme and Gu Fei, they did not even bother to look at him and allowed him to leave. These two little fellows are going to be out of luck, someone whispered. How could the young master of the Imperial Beast Villa be provoked? Moreover, the young master of the Imperial Beast Villa was deeply favored by the Villa Master. Now that the shooting Sun Supreme had almost crippled Yu Feng, the Imperial Beast Villa would definitely not let the matter rest. The current Villa Master of the Imperial Beast Villa had the cultivation of an intermediate supremacy. Although he was not invincible in the southern region, he was not an ordinary supremacy. The Villa Master of the Imperial Beast Villa would definitely be furious when his precious son was beaten up. The anger of the Villa Master of the Imperial Beast Villa was not something that anyone could withstand. These two little fellows are still not taking this opportunity to escape? Someone said doubtfully. Could it be that these two really have something to rely on? Someone whispered. At this moment, the adult star beast and the blood-colored stone coffin kept colliding and fighting. Everywhere they passed, the stars were directly turned into dust. The star beast could actually block Gu Fei. This surprised Gu Fei. The crimson stone coffin was extremely ferocious and could fight endlessly with the middle-aged man in hemp garments. Could it be that the living creature in the crimson stone coffin was already severely injured when it fought with the middle-aged man in hemp garments? The shooting Sun Supreme said doubtfully. Gu Fei did not say anything. Half an hour had passed, and the star beast and the crimson stone coffin were still in a stalemate. At this moment, the void near Gu Fei's group suddenly shattered, and a few figures walked out from the shattered void. The few figures that came out from the shattered void were two middle-aged men and two young men. The one in the lead was tall, had a head full of golden hair, and looked mighty. Uncle Wolf King, they are the ones who injured me. Yu Feng pointed at the shooting Sun Supreme and Gu Fei as he spoke to the golden-haired middle-aged man. You guys injured him? The golden-haired Wolf King said coldly. He stared at Gu Fei and his group, and there seemed to be two balls of golden divine fire dancing in his eyes. Scram! The shooting Sun Supreme said indifferently. You, the middle-aged man in the lead, who was addressed as Wolf King, was so angry that his body was trembling. This guy actually dared to ask him to scram? Die, you two little brats. The other middle-aged man extended his hand and grabbed at the shooting Sun Supreme. Very well. Since you guys want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The shooting Sun Supreme suddenly turned around and swept a cold glance at these people. Haha, you want to fulfill our wish? That's hilarious. Yu Feng laughed in disdain. The young man who came with Yu Feng looked at the shooting Sun Supreme thoughtfully. At this moment, the shooting Sun Supreme waved his hand again, and then the middle-aged man who had attacked him was directly sent flying. Bang! His entire body exploded in midair, and he was instantly obliterated in both body and soul. What? Seeing this, Yu Feng and the others turned into stone statues. They were dumbfounded and in disbelief. You. The young man from before was so scared that he wet his pants. You are? At this moment, the golden-haired Wolf King's body suddenly trembled, and he almost collapsed. He stared at the shooting Sun Supreme in disbelief. Uncle Wolf King, you. Seeing the golden-haired Wolf King so scared, Yu Feng was shocked. Slap. The golden-haired Wolf King sent Yu Feng flying with a backhand slap. Wolf King, are you crazy? When the other young man saw this, he was both shocked and angry. However, the golden-haired Wolf King blasted the young cultivator into pieces with a punch. This, Yu Feng had just come back to his senses and was about to curse when he saw his good friend being killed by the golden-haired wolf king with a punch. He was extremely shocked. "Please forgive us, sir. We didn't know." Chapter 3898. The Imperial Beast Mountain Villa was a powerful cultivation force in the southern region of the ancestral realm that wasn't inferior to the Shooting Sun Temple. Moreover, the Imperial Beast Manor's Manor Lord was a mid-level Venerable realm expert, comparable to the Shooting Sun Supreme Being. Most importantly, the Manor Lord of the Imperial Beast Manor could control tens of thousands of beasts, and he had an army of beasts under his command. The Imperial Beast Mountain Villa was also protected by 4 divine beasts. Although such a force couldn't compare to the Li clan, the Chu clan, or the Sky clan, it was still comparable to the first-rate forces in the southern region. Yu Feng, the young master of the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa, couldn't believe that his father's subordinate, the Golden Wolf King, had actually killed his good friend with a single punch. The Song family of the Heavenly South wasn't a force to be trifled with. The fellow that was killed by the Golden Wolf King was a disciple of the Song family. Although he wasn't a direct descendant, his status in the Song family wasn't low. How could the Song family let the Golden Wolf King off the hook after killing that fellow? "Golden Wolf King, you're crazy." Yu Feng's voice trembled at the thought of the Song family's rage. The Song family might not be as powerful as the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa, but they still shouldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, the Song family and the Li family were related by marriage. The youngest daughter of the Song family was married to a disciple of the Li family. It was precisely because of this relationship between the Song clan and the Li clan that the various powers were extremely fearful of the Song clan and did not dare to rashly provoke them. Now, the Golden Wolf King had killed Song Ming with a single punch. He had caused a huge disaster and provoked an unimaginable enemy for the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa. "Young master, please shut up," the Golden Wolf King said coldly without even looking at Yu Feng. However, the Golden Wolf King was trembling in fear in front of the Shooting Sun Supremacy and Gu Fei. "Golden Wolf King, Yu Feng was shocked and furious. The Golden Wolf King was only a wolf demon under his father. How dare he speak to him like that? He deserved to die. "You know me?" The Shooting Sun Supreme glanced at the Golden Wolf King and said indifferently. He didn't care about these little fellows at all. If it was in the past, he might have been wary of the Imperial Beast Manor. But now, he had the backing of Gu Fei. Not to mention the Imperial Beast Villa. Even if it was the Li clan, the Tian clan, or the Chu clan, he wouldn't be afraid. This little beast was fortunate enough to meet Lord Xiang at the 10,000 Sage Convention 300 years ago. The Golden Wolf King became even more respectful. "What? He's the Shooting Sun Supreme?" When Yu Feng heard this, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He was quite frightened. However, his father was on par with the Shooting Sun Supreme. Even though he was frightened, he was not worried that the Shooting Sun Supreme would attack him. "Sir Xiang, I hope you won't stoop to my young master's level." The Golden Wolf King was terrified. The Shooting Sun Supreme was the temple lord of the Shooting Sun Temple, and it was said that he had joined the Extreme Path legend, Gu Fei. Could this person be the Extreme Path legend? The black-robed young man that even the Shooting Sun Supreme had to be careful of must have an even greater background. It seemed like the only person who could make the Shooting Sun Supreme lower his head was the Extreme Path legend, Gu Fei. The Golden Wolf King lowered his head even more at the thought of this. "Little brat, go play somewhere else." The Shooting Sun Supreme waved his hand and said. Yu Feng was only a Saint Emperor and was still a distance away from becoming a quasi-supreme. His cultivation was also not as good as the Golden Wolf King's. The Golden Wolf King was a quasi-supreme great demon and was known as the Golden Wolf Demon King. Even in the Imperial Beast Manor, he was ranked highly. When Yu Feng heard the Shooting Sun Supreme's words, he was infuriated. So what if this guy was the Shooting Sun Supreme? Even his father had never called him a little brat before. "Young master, just apologize to Sir Xiang and come back with me," the Golden Wolf King said to Yu Feng hurriedly. "You want me to apologize to this guy? Humph. No way." Yu Feng's temper flared up at this moment, and he actually said such words. When he heard Yu Feng's words, The Golden Wolf King staggered in fear and almost fell from the starry sky. Io, my little ancestor, do you think this is the Imperial Beast Manor? The Manor Lord of the Imperial Beast Manor only had Yufeng as his only son. Naturally, he doted on him. Over time, Yufeng had developed a condescending personality. He's courting death, so he can't blame anyone else. The Shooting Sun Supreme said indifferently, Sir Shiyang, please show mercy. The Golden Wolf King was on the verge of tears. Yufeng, this be asterisk starred, was courting death himself and even wanted to drag him down with him. TSK, you dare to kill me? Don't joke around. My father is the Manor Lord of the Imperial Beast Manor. Yufeng said proudly. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, the battle between the Crimson Sarcophagus and the Star Beast had reached a critical juncture. The Crimson Sarcophagus began to counterattack. Streaks of crimson Tao patterns rushed out of the sarcophagus and turned into crimson figures. They constantly clashed with the Star Beast and forced it to retreat. The Star Beast roared continuously. Under the roar of this beast, stars exploded one after another, causing the entire star region to tremble. Even Gu Fei was surprised by the power of the adult Star Beast. The Star Beast could swallow and spit out stars. An adult Star Beast was an existence comparable to a supreme. If anyone could subdue a Star Beast, it would be a great help to anyone. Gu Fei didn't look at Yufeng at all. He really didn't care about the small Imperial Beast Manor. Oomph! The Shooting Sun Supreme snorted coldly. In the next moment, Yufeng, the young master of the Imperial Beast Manor, exploded and turned into a bloody mist. His spiritual soul was completely obliterated. Even the Golden Wolf King didn't see how the Shooting Sun Supreme attacked. The young master of the Imperial Beast Mountain Villa didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. When the Golden Wolf King saw this, he was almost paralyzed with fear. The Shooting Sun Supreme had actually killed the young master of the Imperial Beast Manor without any hesitation. Lord Shooting Sun, please calm down. The Golden Wolf King hurriedly lay down in the void and trembled. The Shooting Sun Supreme didn't say anything. He just watched the battle in front of him. Seeing that the Shooting Sun Supreme didn't say anything, the Golden Wolf King lay there motionlessly and didn't dare to move at all. The moment the Shooting Sun Supreme killed Yufeng, a sorrowful and angry roar was suddenly heard from a large hall in the Imperial Beast Manor. Who was it? Who dared to kill my son? A powerful extreme Tao power surged out of the hall, causing the entire hall to shake. Countless Tao patterns emerged on the hall. They intertwined. What? When the surrounding disciples of the Imperial Beast Manor heard this, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The young master was dead? Furthermore, he had been beaten to death. How was that possible? The Imperial Beast Manor was shaken. When the news spread, the entire southern region of the ancestral realm was in an uproar. Who had the guts to actually kill Yufeng? Someone muttered. Yufeng's cultivation level wasn't great, but he had an extremely powerful father. Soon, the Imperial Beast Manor turned out in full strength and entered the depths of the starry sky. When they saw Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme, they were all dumbfounded. It's him. The group of experts from the Imperial Beast Manor stopped in the void. At that moment, no one dared to go forward. The hatred of my son's death is absolutely irreconcilable. The Manor Lord of the Imperial Beast Manor roared furiously and threw a punch at Gu Fei. The Shooting Sun Supreme, who was standing beside Gu Fei, was stunned when he saw this. This fellow was impressive. He actually threw a punch at Gu Fei right away. Gu Fei waved his sleeves impatiently. In the next moment, the Manor Lord of the Imperial Beast Manor was sent flying. Then, with a bang, he exploded into a bloody mist in the void. The upper echelons of the Imperial Beast Manor were extremely shocked when they saw this. We're willing to surrender. The upper echelons of the Imperial Beast Manor hurriedly knelt in front of Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme. Very well. Gu Fei nodded and waved his right hand. Dozens of divine lights directly rushed out and entered the bodies of the upper echelons of the Imperial Beast Manor. This is a forbidden technique. If you dare to betray me, I can destroy your body and soul with a single thought, said Gu Fei faintly. The people of the Imperial Beast Manor were all astonished when they heard this. Gu Fei had subdued the Imperial Beast Manor just like that. This was something that no one had expected. At that moment, a ring was floating in the void, faintly emitting a trace of aura of the extreme path. This was the Imperial Beast Collar on Yu Feng's body. It was an extreme path level Imperial Beast Collar that was said to be able to subdue supreme beasts. Gu Fei extended his right hand, and the Imperial Beast Collar immediately flew into his hand. The Manor Lord of the Imperial Beast Manor was dead. The entire Imperial Beast Manor had lowered its head to Gu Fei and was willing to become Gu Fei's servant. The news spread quickly and shook the entire southern region. How is this possible? The Li clan is behind the Imperial Beast Manor. Someone was constantly discussing. At that moment, Gu Fei and the Shooting Sun Supreme were still watching the battle. They saw a bloody light shooting into the sky in front of them, and the entire sky was illuminated in the color of blood. The source of all the bloody light was a blood-colored stone coffin. The energy wave that erupted from the mysterious stone coffin was definitely not weaker than that of a peak supreme. It seemed that the blood-colored stone coffin had suffered serious damage from the battle with the middle-aged man in linen. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little surprised. The combat power displayed by the blood-colored stone coffin was a little low. It should be known that when this stone coffin was first born, it could compete with a supreme. It seems like it's not bad to subdue an adult star beast as a mount. Gu Fei muttered to himself, Master, you. The Shooting Sun Supreme couldn't help but be startled. Master was going to make a move? The surrounding people of the Imperial Beast Manor were all inexplicably shocked. An extreme path legend is going to make a move? The higher-ups of the Imperial Beast Manor couldn't help but be surprised and delighted when they thought of this. It was Gu Fei. Those who could see him make a move were at least supreme beings. They were actually fortunate enough to see an extreme path legend make a move. Everyone was extremely excited when they thought of this. Chapter 3899. Gu Fei made his move. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the blood-colored sarcophagus. Then, he punched the sarcophagus. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire blood-colored sarcophagus was sent flying thousands of miles away by Gu Fei's punch. It crashed into another star region and only stopped after smashing through more than 10 stars. At the same time, Gu Fei had already appeared above the star beast's head. With a stomp, the star beast, which was much larger than a star, was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Gu Fei's body didn't emit any shocking divine might or energy waves. However, this punch and kick had sent 2 terrifying existences flying. Is this the power of an extreme mythical creature? The upper echelons of the Imperial Beast Villa were astonished. In particular, the Golden Wolf King was terrified to the extreme. With his cultivation and combat power, he wasn't even fit to carry his master's shoes. How can you guys imagine how powerful my master is? The Shooting Sun Supremacy said calmly. At this moment, the blood-colored sarcophagus that was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch turned into a blood-colored light. It instantly traversed the starry sky and shot towards Gu Fei like a blood-colored demonic arrow. Hiding in the coffin and pretending to be mysterious, Gu Fei pressed forward with his right hand and immediately blocked the blood-colored demonic light. Then, he exerted force with his right hand and the blood-colored light collapsed. The blood-colored sarcophagus was sent flying once again. At this moment, the adult star beast roared angrily and opened its mouth to suck in Gu Fei. Rumble! The entire starry sky where Gu Fei was trembling. Many stars flew towards the star beast's mouth and were swallowed. The star beast opened its mouth to swallow the stars. Its ferocious might was unparalleled. Even Gu Fei flew forward involuntarily and was swallowed by the star beast in one gulp. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned as though they had turned into stone statues. Their master was swallowed by the star beast? Even the Shooting Sun Supreme was taken aback. A legend was eaten by a star beast just like that? There were also other Supremes in the starfield watching the battle. These Supremes were indescribably shocked. Gu Fei had even defeated Li Changtian. How could he be eaten by a mere adult star beast? Boom. At that moment, the star beast exploded and turned into a huge bloody mist. The bloody mist spread out and almost enveloped half of the star region. In the next moment, a figure directly rushed out of the blood mist and then smashed the blood-colored stone coffin away with a punch. After being repeatedly smashed away by Gu Fei, the mysterious blood-colored sarcophagus seemed to be enraged. Endless bloody light erupted from the sarcophagus, and everything that was enveloped by the bloody light was corroded. Under the shroud of the blood-fiend light, the stars directly disappeared in the blood light. I was wondering why Master would be eaten by a star beast. When the higher-ups of the Imperial Beast Villa saw this scene, they all heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Gu Fei completely ignored the extremely terrifying bloody light. He directly appeared in the sky above the blood-colored sarcophagus and directly landed on it. Clang! The sound of iron chains colliding suddenly came from the blood-colored sarcophagus. Then, blood-colored iron chains rushed out from the sarcophagus and instantly wrapped around Gu Fei's legs. What? When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel nervous. However, no one thought that Gu Fei would lose. After all, he was a legend. Even Old Monster Chu and Li Changtian weren't a match for him. In the entire southern region of the ancestral realm, perhaps only the Sky Clan leader could be a match for Gu Fei. However, the Sky Clan leader was mysterious and unfathomable. No one had ever seen him make a move. The strength of the Sky Clan leader was a mystery. Bam! Gu Fei stomped his feet, and the blood-colored iron chains wrapped around his legs immediately shattered. The entire blood-colored sarcophagus directly fell from the sky. Boom! Gu Fei stepped on the blood-colored sarcophagus and fell from the sky. He directly smashed an incomparably huge star. Violent power erupted, and cracks actually appeared on the blood-colored sarcophagus. An even more terrifying bloody aura seeped out from the cracks. The void was corroded, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. However, Gu Fei still ignored this kind of bloody aura. Gu Fei's primordial chaos Taoist body was unimaginably powerful. Even if he was enveloped by the bloody aura, he was completely fearless. The extremely terrifying bloody aura couldn't even corrode Gu Fei's clothes. At that moment, a deep roar came from the blood-colored sarcophagus. The cracks on the sarcophagus gradually disappeared, and the death power of a supremacy erupted from the sarcophagus. In the next moment, countless blood-colored iron chains directly condensed from the blood-colored sarcophagus and wrapped around Gu Fei. Gu Fei's figure was instantly engulfed by the blood-colored iron chains. At that moment, Gu Fei's body was completely wrapped by the blood-colored iron chains. Every iron chain was desperately shrinking, and the blood-colored iron chains were actually devouring the essence in Gu Fei's body. At that moment, the astral beast that Gu Fei had smashed into a bloody mist did not die. The bloody mist that enveloped half of the star sector was constantly retreating. Soon, a huge blurry figure appeared in the starry sky. An extremely violent and ferocious aura erupted from that figure. Everyone's hearts were palpitating. If it weren't for the sun-shooting supremacy protecting these guys from the Imperial Beast Villa, they would have long died under the extreme power. Roar! The astral beast roared and crossed the starry sky, slapping its palm at the blood-colored sarcophagus. Boom! The astral beast's huge claws slapped the blood-colored sarcophagus fiercely. The violent power of the stars directly slapped the blood-colored sarcophagus away. This giant beast was enraged by Gu Fei, and it became extremely ferocious. Oomph! At that moment, Gu Fei, who was standing on the sarcophagus, shook violently, and the countless blood-colored iron chains that were wrapped around his body shattered. He soared into the sky and rushed towards the astral beast. Gu Fei's target was the astral beast, and the blood-colored sarcophagus was extremely strange. For a moment, even he could not break the sarcophagus and pull out the guy in it. Roar! The astral beast slapped at Gu Fei. Gu Fei took out the beast-taming collar, and a divine light rushed out of his hand. It turned into a huge halo and wrapped around the astral beast's neck. An extreme-level beast-taming collar could not be found in the entire southern region of the ancestral realm. The moment the beast taming collar was wrapped around the astral beast's neck, the astral beast immediately became obedient, and its huge body rapidly shrunk. At that moment, the blood-colored sarcophagus actually turned into a bloody light and rushed into the depths of the starry sky, disappearing without a trace. No one expected the blood-colored sarcophagus to retreat. It worked. Chapter 3900. The Imperial Beast Collar was a treasure that was specially refined for all kinds of birds and beasts. It could control them completely. The Imperial Beast Villa in the southern region of the Ancestral Realm had obtained the ancient Imperial Beast technique, which was why they could control the beasts. The Imperial Beast Villa was a method to control the birds and beasts. In the entire Ancestral Realm, only the Imperial Beast Villa could refine the Imperial Beast Collar. The Imperial Beast Villa once had a supreme existence. All the beasts in the southern region of the Ancestral Realm had to bow their heads in front of this existence and were willing to be ordered around. The 4 divine beasts of the Imperial Beast Villa were subdued by this existence during that period. However, that existence in the Imperial Beast Villa also disappeared in the end, just like those supreme experts from ancient times until now, never to appear again. After that existence disappeared, the Imperial Beast Villa started to decline. However, with the 4 divine beasts protecting the villa, other forces couldn't shake its foundation. In the current era, the cultivation of the villa's master broke through to the mid-level of the Supreme Realm. The villa originally had a chance to rise again. However, because the Imperial Beast Villa had a deceptive young master, the master of the villa met with tragedy. He didn't even have the chance to display his lofty ambitions before he died. Gu Fei clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. Since the master of the Imperial Beast Villa came to die, he couldn't just let him go and subdue the entire Imperial Beast Villa. This way, he would have more capital and wouldn't look too bad when facing the Li clan, the Tian clan, and the Chu clan. Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei stood on the head of the astral beast. The huge astral beast moved quickly in the starfield, leaving stars behind it. The speed of an adult astral beast was extremely fast. Of course, it was still a far cry from Gu Fei's heaven-treading steps. At this moment, the people of the Imperial Beast Villa had already returned. Gu Fei had placed a restriction on them, so they didn't have any thoughts of betraying Gu Fei. Gu Fei wasn't worried at all that the people of the Imperial Beast Villa would betray him. Only the Shooting Sun Supreme remained by Gu Fei's side. He stood behind Gu Fei and expressionlessly looked at the stars flying past them. They were heading to the Star Battle Palace to meet the legendary and mysterious Star Battle Palace Master. The Palace Master of the Z-Way Battle Palace was said to be able to calculate all the mysteries of heaven. Furthermore, no one had ever seen the Palace Master's true appearance. It was hard to say if such an existence existed in the Z-Way Battle Palace. This was because the people of the Emperor's Star Battle Palace were simply too mysterious. The Amethyst Star Battle Palace was located in an extremely strange place. Even a saint would be in danger of getting lost in there and not being able to come out. Even an extreme Dao supremacy wouldn't be willing to set foot in the Lost Land. There was once an extreme Dao sovereign who got lost in there and mysteriously went to another great world. In the end, he spent a lot of effort to return to the ancestral world. The Amethyst Star Battle Palace was located in the center of the Lost Land. Since ancient times, no one had been able to enter the Amethyst Star Battle Palace unless they were invited by someone from the Amethyst Star Battle Palace. After 12 to 14 hours, the Star Beast continuously traversed the Star Domain and entered the depths of the ancestral world, the most primitive Star Domain. Given the Star Beast's cultivation base, 12 to 14 hours was enough to traverse the endless star domains. Soon, a pitch-black void appeared in front of them. That is, Gu Fei looked at the dark void in front of him in shock. There was no starlight in the dark void, so no one knew what was inside. Gu Fei released his spiritual force. A moment later, he sensed that the dark void in front of him was actually devouring his spiritual force. His spiritual force couldn't enter the dark void at all. "Master, the Lost Land is in front of us." The Star Beast's voice suddenly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The Star Beast roamed the endless star domains, and lived by devouring the power of the stars. The star beast beneath Gu Fei's feet wasn't like the small beast that the wood race had captured to pull the carriage. An adult star beast was extremely powerful and its combat strength was comparable to a supremacy's. Although it didn't have the cultivation base of a supremacy, its power could contend with a supremacy's on a certain level. Furthermore, the physical body of a star beast was extremely tough. Only a freak like Gu Fei could shatter the physical body of a star beast. Is that so? Gu Fei didn't show any expression on his face. The Lost Land might be a dangerous place for others, but it posed no threat to him. It should be known that he had the All-Sky Realm Wheel, which was the #1 Dao weapon in the ancestral world. With the All-Sky Realm Wheel, Gu Fei could go anywhere in the ancestral world. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the other supremacies were also very clear about this. Gu Fei, who had the All-Sky Realm Wheel, had a better future than the supremacies of the Chu clan, the Li clan, and the Sky clan. There was an incomparably ancient legend in the ancestral world. Whoever could control the All-Sky Realm Wheel would become the Realm Lord of the ancestral world. A supremacy could only dominate a region, but a Realm Lord was different. He was an invincible existence in a realm. Unlike other great realms, the ancestral world was the source of all realms. There were many powerful clans, but no one had ever become the Realm Lord of the ancestral world. Since Gu Fei could obtain the All-Sky Realm Wheel, it proved that he had the potential to become a Realm Lord. Of course, if Gu Fei were to face the Li clan, the Chu clan, and the Sky clan at the same time, he might not be able to do so. He lacked supremacies. As for the Chu clan, the Li clan, and the Sky clan, these three clans definitely had many supremacies. Even now, the territories controlled by the three clans were much larger than the territories controlled by Gu Fei. Countless factions depended on the three clans. If the three clans joined forces, they would definitely be a powerful force that could contend for hegemony in the entire ancestral world. At this moment, although Gu Fei could already see the dark void in front of him, he was still very far away from it. The astral beast flew for a full 2 hours before they got close to the dark void. The huge dark void was in front of them. It was like an incomparably huge beast opening its mouth to devour everything in its surroundings. This is the Lost Lands? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He couldn't see anything in the dark void. This seemed a little strange. Master, this is just the surface. The Lost Lands are in the dark void. The Shooting Sun Supremacy suddenly said. Oh, so there's something else inside. Gu Fei immediately came to a realization. When his divine will came into contact with the dark void, he actually felt like he was being devoured. The star beast seemed to know the truth of this place. It actually brought Gu Fei and charged into the dark void. Chapter 3901. The Lost Land was a place that even supreme venerables couldn't afford to enter. At this moment, Gu Fei appeared in a place that even supreme venerables wouldn't easily set foot in. He scanned his surroundings and saw that the surrounding mountains were undulating. The sky was filled with colorful clouds, and a divine sun was hanging high in the sky. It was noon. This is the Lost Land? Gu Fei had originally thought that the Lost Land would definitely be a gloomy place that lacked vitality. However, what he saw surprised him. Master, be careful. This is just the surface. The Star Beast's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind again. The Star Beast seemed a little nervous this time. After all, this was the Lost Land. Swoosh. At this moment, a black spatial crack appeared in the void not far from Gu Fei without any warning. It disappeared in an instant like a flash of black lightning. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. This spatial crack had appeared without any warning. Even he hadn't sensed it in advance. This meant that there was a problem. Although spatial cracks were terrifying, they were nothing to supreme venerables. If a living being below the sage level was swept by a spatial crack, there would only be one outcome. Their body and soul would be destroyed. They would be as dead as they could be. As for sage-level creatures, they could completely ignore the spatial cracks. However, encountering a spatial crack was still a troublesome matter. Once a living being was swept by a spatial crack, there was the danger of being swallowed by it. The seemingly stable space is actually unstable, Gu Fei said calmly. He had only just entered the Lost Land. The Lost Land was a world that was independent of all the heavens. The shooting sun supremacy, who was standing behind Gu Fei, looked at the world in front of him with a tinge of fear in his eyes. The shooting sun supremacy was an intermediate-level supreme venerate. However, even so, he wasn't willing to set foot in this place easily. Over the years, he had only been here once and didn't dare to venture too deep. He was also very curious about the Ziwei Battle Palace and wanted to pay a visit. However, in the end, he couldn't even find the shadow of the Ziwei Battle Palace. To the shooting sun supreme, this was a huge regret. But now that Gu Fei was here, could he find the Emperor's Star Battle Palace? Gu Fei was an extreme Dao legend. He had suppressed Li Changtian, defeated old eccentric Chu, and fought against the celestial race's old patriarch. He had even mastered the wheel of heaven's myriad worlds. If even such an amazing person couldn't find the Ziwei Battle Palace, then who else in this world could? Go! Gu Fei waved his hand, and the star beast immediately rushed forward. The star beast's huge body moved, and the entire void shook. The heaven-earth void here was not as stable as the primogenitor realm. A savage beast at the level of the star beast could break open the void here with a casual strike. Swoosh! As the star beast moved, pitch-black spatial cracks immediately appeared in the space around it, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the spatial cracks. It was as if a universe had appeared around the star beast. The sun, the moon, and the stars floated around it, blocking all the spatial cracks. The savage beast carried Gu Fei and rushed forward without any hesitation. This was only the periphery of the Lost Lands. The real danger had yet to appear. The spatial cracks couldn't do anything to the star beast. Soon, the star beast brought Gu Fei and the shooting sun supreme into the central region of the Lost Lands. At this moment, an endless amount of yellow sand suddenly appeared in front of them. The earth-shattering yellow sand swept towards Gu Fei and the others. Before the monstrous yellow sand, Gu Fei and the others were as insignificant as ants. What's going on? Gu Fei turned around and looked at the shooting sun supreme. The shooting sun supreme had entered the Lost Lands before, so he naturally knew a lot about the situation here. Master, this is called the Five Elements Calamity Land. This yellow sand is the Earth Calamity. The shooting sun supreme said with a solemn expression. Five Elements Calamity Land? Interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but smile and didn't say anything else. Roar! At that moment, the star beast let out a furious roar, and the whole world shook. Countless black spatial cracks couldn't get close to this huge beast at all. The star beast was like a huge mountain as it rushed into the yellow sandstorm. The extremely chaotic earth elemental power was wreaking havoc, and the yellow sandstorm covered a huge area. After an hour, the star beast finally rushed out of the yellow sandstorm. The moment it rushed out of the yellow sandstorm, Gu Fei only felt a refreshing aura rushing towards him. He saw that the surroundings were lush and full of vitality. Towering trees that were hundreds of feet tall could be seen in the mountain ridges from time to time. The huge tree crowns covered a few miles. The vitality here was much more vigorous than the outside world. However, Gu Fei and the others soon realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be only wood elemental living beings here. Apart from wood elemental living beings, they didn't see any other living beings. Not even a small bird could be seen. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard when the wind blew past. What is this place? Gu Fei glanced at the shooting sun supreme and asked. This should be the wood tribulation land of the Five Elements Tribulation Lands. The shooting sun supreme said with a serious expression. The yellow sandstorm earlier was enough to destroy a sage. Even the star beast needed an hour to get out of the yellow sandstorm. It was enough to show how powerful the earth tribulation was. This wood tribulation was definitely not inferior to the earth tribulation. However, any tribulation was child's play in front of Gu Fei. Could these tribulations be comparable to his supreme heavenly tribulation? Continue, Gu Fei said. The star beast immediately rushed forward again. However, in the next moment, vines suddenly shot up from the forest below like sharp arrows and entangled the star beast. Every vine was extremely huge. In the next moment, Even a huge creature like the star beast was entangled by the vines. However, the star beast's body shook, and the vines that entangled its body broke immediately. Countless starlights appeared in the void around the star beast. It was as if a galaxy had appeared in the world. The countless vines that entangled the star beast were blocked by the star power that erupted from the star beast's body. Rumble. At this moment, a towering tree nearby suddenly moved. A huge treant stood up from the ground and instantly became bigger than the star beast. It blocked the star beast's path. Hundreds of millions of rays of dark green divine light rushed out of the treant and lingered in the void around it. A powerful sage-level aura spread from the treant's body. Chapter 3902. Gu Fei brought the shooting sun supreme with him and rode on the astral beast, making their way through the sandstorm and entering the land of wood calamity. There was only one type of living being there, and that was wood elemental living beings. The land of wood calamity was extremely rich in wood elemental essence. Towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere, and a single vine could climb up several mountains. Under the nourishment of such rich wood elemental essence, even the most common grass could become a spirit, let alone the trees. Rumble. As the astral beast brought Gu Fei and the shooting sun supreme along, a towering ancient tree rose from the ground and shot into the sky, blocking their way. A tree man? Gu Fei could not help but frown upon seeing this. In the next moment, a powerful saint aura surged from the giant tree in front of him. At that moment, the divine tree was changing. The huge tree gradually disappeared amidst the endless azure divine light, and a figure appeared in the divine light. What is he trying to do? The shooting sun supreme said plainly. A mere tree demon of the saint level dared to jump around in front of them. Was he not courting death? Boom. Without any warning, the person who walked out of the azure divine light threw a punch at the astral beast. Powerful divine path power burst, causing the air to tremble. Roar. The astral beast roared furiously and opened its mouth. The tree man, who had just taken human form, flew into the beast's mouth and was devoured. Rumble. At that moment, the entire land of wood calamity began to shake. Towering ancient trees shot into the sky, numbering in the tens of thousands, covering the entire land of wood calamity. Apart from the towering ancient trees, there were also countless wood spirits, flowers, and vines. All sorts of wood elemental spirits leapt out and attacked Gu Fei and the others. These guys, the shooting sun supreme could not help but shake his head. Although there were many wood elemental spirits in the land of wood calamity, at their level of cultivation, it was fine as long as there were not many of them. At this moment, Gu Fei stood on the star beast with his hands behind his back, calmly watching this scene. At the same time, the star beast suddenly let out a long breath and then inhaled fiercely. A wave of devouring power immediately surged out from its mouth. In the next moment, the void in front of the star beast suddenly collapsed and turned into a black hole. Countless wood attribute spiritual monsters that were attacking Gu Fei and the others flew towards the black hole involuntarily and were directly swallowed by the star beast. Even the treants formed by the towering ancient trees were devoured by the star beast. This star beast was an adult savage beast. A single breath from its mouth was enough to devour the sun, moon, and stars. It possessed great power, so how could the wood-type creatures in the wood calamity land resist it? Be it cultivation or battle prowess, even the shooting sun supreme was a far cry from the star beast under Gu Fei's feet. In just 2 breaths' time, countless wood attribute monsters had suffered a disaster. More than half of them had been devoured, and the rest were still flying towards the star beast's bloody mouth. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar was suddenly heard from the depths of the wood calamity land. As the roar was heard, the entire wood calamity land shook, as if it could collapse at any time. Supreme? Before Gu Fei, who was standing on the star beast, could react, the shooting sun supreme, who was standing beside him, had a gleam of light in his eyes. The shooting sun supreme was very surprised that there was a supreme in the wood calamity land. At this moment, just as all the wood attribute spiritual monsters in the wood calamity land were about to be devoured by the star beast. A huge hand reached out from the depths of the wood calamity land and grabbed at the star beast. Even the star beast, which was much larger than a star, did not seem that huge in front of this huge hand. A supreme level power fluctuation spread from the huge green hand and sealed the void around the star beast in an instant, cutting off the heaven-devouring power that had erupted from the star beast's mouth. The remaining wood attribute spiritual monsters had long been scared out of their wits. When the devouring power disappeared, they immediately turned around and fled in panic. Boom! The star beast directly spat out a beam of starlight that collided with the huge cyan hand that was grabbing at it. The two extreme powers erupted, instantly forming a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. The wood attribute spiritual monsters that fled were directly torn into pieces by the energy storm. The mountains collapsed, and the sky and earth collapsed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The huge green hand dissipated into the void. It had actually blocked the star beast's attack. Even the sun-shooting supremacy was extremely fearful of it. The star beast was many times stronger than him. It was an extreme savage beast that could compete with existences at the supremacy level. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the star beast. It was a blurry figure, and even Gu Fei could not see what it looked like. Boom! That existence charged directly at the star beast, causing the surrounding void to explode. A circle of white spatial ripples spread out. The star beast also moved. It threw a punch at the mysterious existence that was charging at it. Bam! A dull collision sound was heard. The figure had actually blocked the punch of the star beast. The power of the star beast could easily destroy a star region. The mysterious existence was not sent flying by the star beast. Roar! The star beast roared at the figure. Terrifying sound waves spread out instantly, causing the entire wood calamity land to tremble. Swoosh! The figure seemed to be able to change into many different forms. It directly turned into an immortal saber light and slashed at the star beast. The saber light easily cut through the void. Buzz! In the next moment, countless starlights appeared on the body of the star beast. The power of the stars emitted by each speck of starlight was much stronger than that of a real star. The star-like starlights collided directly with the saber light. Clanging sounds were endless. The saber light that was full of vitality directly cut through the starlights and landed on the body of the star beast. Clang! As the saber light landed, sparks appeared on the body of the star beast. This seemingly indestructible saber attack could not break through the scales on the body of the star beast. The saber light disappeared, and the mysterious figure reappeared. A powerful extreme divine power spread out, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. What is this? The shooting sun supreme asked in shock. An existence that is in a special state, Gu Fei said calmly. He did not expect that there would be someone in this world who could maintain such a state. Undying and indestructible, yet not truly alive. Chapter 3903. After Gu Fei subdued the star beast, he brought the shooting sun supreme and the star beast into the Lost Land, which was rumored to be a place where even supreme beings could get lost. The Lost Land was filled with danger. Even supreme beings had to be extremely careful when they came here. If they were accidentally pulled into a spatial crack, it would be difficult for them to come out. At that moment, the wood calamity land where Gu Fei and the others were was shaking violently. The entire wood calamity land was collapsing, and the endless wood essence chi that was released frantically gathered towards a figure in the sky. Heaven and earth transformation. This fella, Gu Fei did not make a move when he saw this. He merely stood on the star beast with his hands behind his back and watched calmly. Master, why don't you give him a fatal blow before he recovers to his peak state? The shooting sun supreme, who was standing behind Gu Fei, asked with a frown. Gu Fei smiled but did not say anything. This fella's life had already become one with heaven and earth. To be more precise, he had become one with the heavenly path. He was the heavenly path, and the heavenly path was him. This special state allowed this mysterious fella to almost exist eternally. Of course, it was only almost. He could not truly exist eternally. One had to know that even the heavenly path would disappear at some point. This mysterious fella's life and the heavenly path complemented each other. This way, the heavenly path would not disappear so easily because of this fella's protection. This fella would also continue to exist because of the heavenly path's existence. This was the benefit of heaven and earth transformation. However, it also had a fatal flaw. This fella could not be like other supreme beings, who could roam the universe as they pleased. Interesting. Gu Fei knew that this fella was incredible. He wanted to take a shortcut and use this method to achieve eternity. However, this was only a small path. Since ancient times, countless outstanding existences had sought to break through and transcend the extreme path. However, no one had ever succeeded. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation base, he had to start looking for a way to break through the extreme path. The extreme path's secret realm was already recognized as the highest realm in the current world of cultivation. Since there was no other path ahead, someone had to forge a path. However, no one knew how to get there or how to get there. Rumble. The void of the world shook and a part of the wood tribulation land disappeared completely. Boundless wood elemental essence gathered on a single figure. High Lord. The shooting Sun Supreme was extremely shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful existence as soon as he entered the Lost Land. It was a purple-haired young man. He looked very young, but there was an ancient aura emanating from his bones. It's been hundreds of thousands of years since I've encountered an adult astral beast. The purple-haired youth stared at the astral beast beneath Gu Fei's feet. The astral beast was countless times larger than a planet, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. An adult astral beast was rarely seen in the world. One had to know that it was too difficult for an astral beast to grow up. Who knew how many stars they had to devour? Even if billions of stars in a star field were to be devoured, there might not be a single adult star beast. What's the fun in such an eternity? Gu Fei looked at the purple-haired youth calmly. Who are you? The purple-haired young man's expression immediately turned grave as he looked at Gu Fei. You're just a kid. What do you know about eternity? The purple-haired young man said coldly. How dare you? The shooting Sun Supreme, who was standing next to Gu Fei, shouted at the purple-haired young man. This guy actually dared to disrespect his master. Oomph. The purple-haired young man sneered and looked at the shooting Sun Supreme. A ray of purple light suddenly shot out from his eyes and shot towards the shooting Sun Supreme. The speed of the purple light was extremely fast. Before the shooting Sun Supreme could react, the ray of divine light had already shot in front of him. The shooting Sun Supreme was shocked. Just as he thought he was doomed, a hand reached out from the side and pointed with a finger, shattering the ray of divine light. Leave the astral beast and get lost. The purple-haired young man's gaze turned cold and a cold, murderous aura emanated from his body. The entire sky and earth changed color because of it. A universe appeared indistinctly behind the purple-haired young man. The stars, the sun, and the moon were sinking within it. Such a phenomenon was really shocking. The shooting Sun Supreme was shocked, but Gu Fei's expression did not change. This guy had refined a world. This guy was originally a supremacy who wanted to take the step beyond the extreme path. However, the price he had to pay was refining a large world. This was too extravagant. The power of the stars was a type of the power of the heavens and earth. It could replenish the power that had just been exhausted. The purple-haired young man had his eyes on the astral beast of Gu Fei. The purple-haired young man did not think much of the shooting Sun Supreme's archery power. As for Gu Fei, the purple-haired young man could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. This surprised him. Either this guy's cultivation was on par with his, or he was carrying a forbidden weapon. Moreover, it was a forbidden weapon of the extreme path, which was used to conceal his aura. If it was the former, it would be interesting. You're talking big. Do you think you're the Tian clan leader? Or Li clan's Li Changtian? Not long ago, Li Changtian was defeated by my master. The shooting Sun Supreme rolled his eyes and said arrogantly, Tian clan? Li clan? I know the Tian clan leader, but who is Li Changtian? The purple-haired young man tilted his head and thought for a moment. This guy. The shooting Sun Supreme was shocked. This guy did not know Li Changtian. He was the former supremacy of the southern region of the primogeniture realm. Before Gu Fei, There were only 3 supremacies in the entire southern region of the primogeniture realm. Supremacies could not only intimidate a region, but they could also contend for hegemony in the primogeniture realm. Every supremacy had intimidated the entire primogeniture realm. Their intimidating power was not limited to just one region. During Li Changtian's era, who in the entire primogeniture realm did not know Li Changtian. However, this guy did not seem to know Li Changtian. Could it be that he was a supremacy of another region before Li Changtian? The primogeniture realm was divided into 5 regions. Other regions also had supremacies. As expected of an antique that has lived for countless years, Gu Fei sighed. At his cultivation level, there was no way forward. Naturally, he had to rely on himself to walk his own path. This purple-haired young man walked his own path of eternity. However, this guy's path was actually a small path. He borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao of the great heaven and earth. Although he could temporarily achieve eternity, he had to constantly evolve the great heaven and earth. However, he had to continuously evolve the great world, losing his freedom. Even if he wanted to travel, he could only do so through a special method. Chapter 3904. The purple-haired young man coexisted with the heavenly way. His battle prowess was so strong that even Gu Fei felt pressured. Little fella, since you're not leaving, you don't have to. The purple-haired young man made his move right away. As he stretched out his hand, endless electric lights appeared in the sky and bombarded towards Gu Fei. Every electric light tore the void apart. The vast destructive power that spread out made even the shooting sun supreme shudder. This fella, the shooting sun supreme's eyes narrowed. There was a vast sea of lightning in front of him. Every electric light in the sea of lightning was enough to destroy him dozens of times over. This was the gap between them. A mid-level Venerable realm existence and a supremacy realm supreme expert were simply too far apart. Boom! Endless starlight erupted from the star beast's body. With the star beast as the center, a star domain appeared in the Lost Land. In the next moment, the vast and terrifying sea of thunder directly crashed into this star field, and the power of thunder and the power of stars collided. Rumble. It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. Chaotic energy was directly shot out. Any power of the laws of heaven and earth was torn apart and obliterated. Everything turned into nothingness in an instant. The star beast opened up a star domain and evolved the stars in the universe. However, the star beast's star domain only lasted for 3 breaths before it was shattered by the power of lightning. Roar! The star beast roared furiously. The violent power of lightning directly blasted him hundreds of millions of miles away, causing him to crash into the Earth elemental tribulation land. Boom! The supreme Earth-type power erupted. Countless Earth dragons rushed out and pounced towards the star beast. At this moment, the star beast went berserk. Huge stars rushed out of his body. Although they weren't real stars, they were more dazzling than real stars. Amidst a series of explosions, the Earth dragons were hit by the starlight and exploded, turning into the most primitive Earth elemental essence. The Earth elemental tribulation land didn't appear like the purple-haired young man. It was easily destroyed by the star beast. However, the Earth elemental tribulation land seemed difficult to destroy. Even if it was blasted apart, it would gradually repair itself. As soon as the star beast rushed out, a large electric hand directly grabbed it. At that moment, a mass of divine light spread out from the top of the star beast's head, and the electric hand was directly shaken away by the spreading divine light. A figure slowly rose from the astral beast's head. Within the divine light, Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. You guys back off. I'll deal with this guy. After saying that, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. The star beast protected the shooting sun supremacy and retreated thousands of miles away. Boom. Bam. Dull clashing sounds rang out continuously as 2 figures moved rapidly in the void, clashing continuously and directly tearing apart the void between heaven and earth. It was as if 2 gods of destruction were fighting. Wherever they passed, everything was destroyed. The Lost Land trembled, and many powerful figures appeared nearby. The impact of a battle between supremacies was too great. One must know that supremacies were not ordinary supremacies. They were invincible existences among supremacies. For a supremacy like the shooting sun supremacy, a supremacy existence, a single slap from a supremacy could kill a large number of them. Although the Lost Land was frightening, it definitely could not trap a supremacy. Just as Gu Fei and the purple-haired youth were fighting, in the deepest part of the Lost Land, on the peak of a sacred mountain floating in the void, a purple-robed woman sitting on a large rock suddenly opened her eyes. The purple-robed woman's face was covered with a veil. Her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the endless void and see the battle between Gu Fei and the purple-haired youth. What a strong power! The purple-robed woman exclaimed. Who is barging into the Lost Land? At that moment, a voice was heard. Then, a woman in white walked up from the foot of the mountain. This woman in white also had her face covered, not showing her real face. Is that Yi Qingtian? I didn't expect him to still be alive. The woman in white exclaimed. Yi Qingtian is one with the heavenly way. He is neither alive nor dead. Don't you know that? The purple-robed woman said with a frown. Master said that no matter how strong an existence is, in the end, they will fall. No one is an exception. Even supremacies are no exception. The woman in white said indifferently. Is that so? The purple-robed woman said no more. Their master was known to be able to calculate all the mysteries of heaven and see through everything. She knew the past and the future. She could deduce the fate of any living being. Of course, to be able to see through all the mysteries of heaven, she had to pay a huge price. Strange. There is actually someone in the Lost Land who is a match for Yi Qingtian? The woman in white said with some surprise. It's a foreign expert. The purple-robed woman said. Junior Sister Violet Spirit, can you take out the Heaven Escape mirror and have a look? The woman in white said to the purple-robed woman who was sitting cross-legged on the big rock. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Master had actually given the Z-Way Battle Palace's treasure to her junior sister to manage. There were not many disciples in the Z-Way Battle Palace. The palace master only had 2 successors. One was the purple-robed woman, Violet Spirit, and the other was the white-robed woman, Bai Ling. Violet Spirit was the junior sister, but she had received the teachings of the palace master. Violet Spirit hesitated for a moment. Then, she flipped her right hand, and an ancient mirror immediately appeared in her hand. An ancient aura spread from the ancient mirror. Violet Spirit formed a seal, and the ancient mirror immediately flew up from her hand and floated in the air. Violet Spirit then spat out a mouthful of essential ether onto the ancient mirror. In the next moment, the surface of the ancient mirror immediately became blurry. However, very quickly, an image appeared on the surface of the mirror. There were 2 figures fighting on the surface of the mirror. The 2 experts fighting were Gu Fei and the purple-haired youth. Violet Spirit and Bai Ling were shocked when they saw the scene on the ancient mirror. At that moment, Gu Fei and the purple-haired youth were fighting endlessly. Both of them used their ultimate moves, but it was difficult for them to truly overwhelm their opponent. Rumble. An extremely shocking sound came from the purple-haired youth's body. Then, rays of divine light rushed out from his body and turned into a peerless sword light that slashed towards Gu Fei. Every ray of sword light seemed to be able to split the world in half. You want to play with swords with me? Gu Fei shook his head in amusement. Then, he pointed out with a finger. An extremely sharp divine light rushed out from his finger and collided with one of the rays of sword light. In the next moment, the ray of sword light directly collapsed in the air. Sword moves the 9th heaven. Chapter 3905. Gu Fei and the purple-haired young man started fighting. Powerful energy waves spread in all directions, causing the entire world to shake. Sword moves the 9 heavens. Gu Fei directly displayed the supreme sword principle that he had created. He pointed out with his finger, and a beam of sword light immediately shot out from his finger. At the same time, an invisible sword wave spread out, blocking the countless beams of sword light that pierced through the sky. Streaks of sword light that slashed down were all shattered in the void. No matter how sharp and domineering the beams of sword light that the purple-haired young man released were, they all collapsed. This was the power of Gu Fei's finger. The power of the supreme sword principle that emanated from Gu Fei's body was far stronger than that of an ordinary sword principle supremacy. In fact, Gu Fei was not a supremacy of 9 das. To be exact, he was a supremacy of 10 das, one more than the legendary legend of Extreme Path. This was because Gu Fei was also a sword principle supremacy. One sword to break all techniques. Gu Fei's sword attack directly forced the purple-haired young man, Yi Qingtian, to retreat. I didn't expect you to be a sword principle supremacy. The purple-haired young man, Yi Qingtian's eyes flashed. A sword principle supremacy was not something that an ordinary supremacy could compare to. He himself was a wood elemental supremacy and a sword principle supremacy of dual das. Gu Fei did not say anything. He pointed out with his finger again, and another beam of sword light rushed out from his finger. It instantly pierced through the void and pierced the purple-haired young man's body. Buzz! The void in front of the purple-haired young man suddenly collapsed and a black hole appeared, swallowing the beam of sword light that pierced through it. I have become one with the heavenly way. I am neither alive nor dead. How can you fight against me? The purple-haired young man, Yi Qingtian, stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Heavenly way? I'll still kill you. Gu Fei said as he took a step forward and waved his hand. An invisible sword wave spread out, leaving no traces behind. However, the void in the world was suddenly annihilated. At the same time, Yi Qingtian's body seemed to be blown by a gentle breeze, and his long purple hair fluttered. However, in the next moment, Yi Qingtian's entire body suddenly turned into a bloody mist. The void around him was also annihilated at the same time, turning into nothingness. At the sight of this, the shooting sun supreme and the adult star beast were dumbfounded. The might of their master's sword was actually so powerful. Yi Qingtian lost? Some powerful figures appeared nearby. This old monster has lived for countless years. How could he die so easily? A powerful creature said these words. Although the Lost Lands was an incomparably dangerous place, it was also a place of refuge for some powerful creatures. How is this possible? On the peak of a divine mountain in the deepest part of the Lost Lands, the two women were shocked when they saw this scene through the heaven evasion mirror. That was Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian had once been the supremacy of the eastern region. During his era, he had suppressed countless supremacies in the entire eastern region, and he had even refined an entire world, causing millions of lives to be lost. Who is that person? How could he annihilate Yi Qingtian with a single slash? Bai Ling, who was at the peak of the divine mountain, said in disbelief, Won't we know once we divine it? As Violet Spirit spoke, she immediately used the Violet Star Divination technique. However, in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. The veil covering her face was slightly wet, and she seemed to have vomited blood. Little junior sister, you. Bai Ling was even more shocked when she saw this. She knew very well how capable her little junior sister was. Little junior sister Violet Spirit had inherited the legacy of the Palace Lord's Master, so there were very few things in this world that she could not divine. However, it was obvious that little junior sister had suffered a backlash. I can't divine it. Violet Spirit sighed. That young man in black was definitely a heaven-defying existence. She had just started to divine it, yet she had already suffered a backlash from the heaven and earth. This shocked her to the extreme. There were generally two types of existences that could not be divine. The first type was a heaven-defying existence that could trample on the heaven way, ignore all the laws of the heaven and earth, and transcend beyond the heaven and earth. The second type were people with great fortune. Such people were blessed by the heavens, and no magical technique could predict the existence of such a blessed being. Could this guy be a heaven-defying existence? Bai Ling stared at the figure in the mirror and said in a trembling voice, Perhaps he's a person with great luck. Violet Spirit said after some thought, Who in this world could truly defy the heaven? Even someone like Yi Qingtian had to become one with the heaven way in the end and turn himself into a monster. At that moment, Yi Qingtian, who had been slashed into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's sword, had not been completely annihilated. The bloody mist was rapidly condensing, and a figure appeared in it. Undying, and indestructible? Gu Fei did not continue to attack. Instead, he quietly watched the purple-haired young man who was reassembling his body. He could sense that this guy's aura had not weakened at all. In other words, his sword just now had not really hurt this guy. Very soon, in just 5 to 6 breaths, Yi Qingtian had completely recovered. Roar! Yi Qingtian roared at the sky. In the next moment, a universe suddenly appeared from his body and swallowed Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt the world spin, and then he found himself in a starry sky. Evolving the world with a single thought? Gu Fei was still very calm. This guy had become one with the Heaven Way and could evolve the world at will, borrowing the power of the world to strengthen his body and increasing his combat strength infinitely. Little guy, you've angered me. A loud voice resounded in this part of the world, and the entire starry sky shook. Tisk, cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Gu Fei said impatiently. This guy had not really taken that step. He was using another way to achieve eternity. However, this was not true eternity. Kill. The voice rang out again, and a shocking killing intent surged. Then, stars directly smashed towards Gu Fei from all directions. Every star was exploding with power that almost surpassed the extreme way. Chaos of heaven and earth. Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a simple aura immediately spread from his body. Although it was just a gesture, it directly shook the heavens. When Gu Fei unleashed his power, the entire universe was thrown into chaos. All the laws of heaven and earth were thrown into disarray by Gu Fei's power. Countless stars that were smashing towards Gu Fei directly shattered in the void. The world that the purple-haired young man Yi Qingtian had evolved seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The power of the Heaven Way could not suppress the power of Gu Fei's chaos of heaven and earth. What? Chapter 3906. The purple-haired young man, Yi Qingtian, created a world with a single thought and swallowed Gu Fei into it. He was one with the heavenly Tao, so he could draw upon any power of heaven and earth. With the power of the myriad Taos, even supremacies would die if they were swallowed into his world. However, Gu Fei was different from ordinary supremacies. Gu Fei was a legend of the extreme Tao, a paragon of the 10 Taos. As soon as the chaos of heaven and earth appeared, the world that Yi Qingtian had created became chaotic. All the power of heaven and earth became chaotic. Soon, the power of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared. The void collapsed, and primal chaos rushed out. The world could collapse at any time, which shocked Yi Qingtian. Who are you? Are you the reincarnation of those old antiques? Yi Qingtian's figure appeared in the void. You're out. Gu Fei flashed and threw a punch at Yi Qingtian. The fist force was like a mountain, shaking the heavens and the earth. With one punch, the entire heaven and earth immediately collapsed. Oomph! Yi Qingtian's face was gloomy. He grabbed the sky with his right hand, and the monstrous destructive power that was released from the collapse of the world was instantly caught in his hand. He then punched at Gu Fei's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the two supreme forces collided. Two figures were instantly sent flying, and then they charged at each other again. Little fellow, I'll show you how powerful it is to become one with the heavenly Tao. Yi Qingtian roared, and endless light bloomed in the sky. At this moment, he was the heavenly Tao, and the power of the myriad Taos surged from his body. At this moment, he was no longer a paragon of the two Taos, but a paragon of the myriad Taos. He could control the myriad Taos of heaven and earth. According to common sense, no matter how heaven-defying one's talent was, it was impossible to become a paragon of the myriad Taos. It should be known that a paragon of the 9 Taos was a legend in the primogenitor's realm. A paragon of the myriad Taos. What kind of concept was that? Although Yi Qingtian was using tricks, he could really control the power of the myriad Taos. In the next moment, the power of the myriad Taos exploded, and Gu Fei was sent flying. Cracks appeared on his body, and his supreme physical body was almost shattered. The shooting sun supremacy and the star beast, who were watching the battle from afar, were extremely shocked. This was the first time they had seen Gu Fei being suppressed by someone. Even Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu didn't have such power. Could it be that this fellow was even more powerful than Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu? A supremacy was an invincible existence amongst the supreme beings. They could intimidate an entire era. Existences stronger than a supremacy could only exist in the realm of legends, surpassing the extreme Tao, transcending everything, eternal and indestructible. Since ancient times, who in the universe could surpass the extreme Tao and transcend everything? Even Yi Qingtian couldn't be considered to have transcended everything. Perhaps he had already surpassed the extreme path and touched that realm, but he hadn't truly stepped into that realm. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Gu Fei was once again sent flying. A bloody hole had actually appeared on his chest, and his supreme physical body had been pierced through. Oomph! Gu Fei's gaze sharpened. In the next moment, the bloody hole on his chest rapidly shrank, and his injured body rapidly recovered. In just a breath, his physical body had completely recovered. Little fellow, accept your fate. Yi Qingtian strode towards Gu Fei. With every step he took, the aura that erupted from his body grew stronger. When he arrived in front of Gu Fei, the entire world seemed to be collapsing and being destroyed. Haha, accept my fate? What a joke. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Since you have become one with the heavenly way, I shall transform the heavens with one hand. Gu Fei laughed loudly. In the next moment, he directly struck out with the heavenly transformation hand. A huge palm shadow appeared in the void and enveloped Yi Qingtian. Rumble. The heavenly transformation hand erupted, and the power of the myriad Daos that rushed out from Yi Qingtian's body was directly dissolved by Gu Fei's heavenly transformation hand. Heavenly transformation hand? Yi Qingtian was extremely shocked. He desperately mobilized the power of the myriad Daos, and countless Tao patterns directly rushed out from his body and attacked Gu Fei's heavenly transformation hand. However, the power of the myriad Daos that rushed out from Yi Qingtian's body was completely dissolved the moment it came into contact with Gu Fei's heavenly transformation hand. Nothing was left. The power of the myriad Daos was simply a joke in front of Gu Fei. So what if you transform your body into the myriad Daos? I will transform it with one hand. The heavenly transformation hand directly grabbed at Yi Qingtian. Although Yi Qingtian was desperately attacking, he still couldn't block it. The power of the myriad Daos in the sky was constantly being dissolved. The next moment, like a startled rabbit, he instantly retreated to avoid the attack. One foot trampling the heavens. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with Yi Qingtian. Then, he stomped his foot down. Bam! With a muffled sound, Yi Qingtian was actually stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot. With a loud bang, he smashed into a mountain below. A cloud of dust rushed out from the mountain and then spread in all directions. In the next moment, the entire mountain below directly exploded and turned into dust. A figure with soaring murderous intent soared into the sky. The heavenly transformation hand and the heaven trampling steps were battle skills that Gu Fei had created himself. They surpassed the scope of ordinary battle skills and were already close to that realm of battle skills. Once the heavenly transformation hand was used, even the power of the myriad Daos in the sky was insufficient. Yi Qingtian soared into the sky and came in front of Gu Fei. He stared at Gu Fei in shock and anger. He really couldn't believe that this guy could be so powerful. Ordinary supremacies would have been killed by him countless times. It wasn't like he hadn't killed supremacies before. It's rare to meet a good opponent. Again, Gu Fei charged forward without hesitation. How preposterous. Yi Qingtian was shocked and angry at the same time. He could only bite the bullet and face Gu Fei, who was attacking him. The power of the myriad Tao gathered on his fists and smashed towards Gu Fei. The two supreme experts started fighting again. This guy can actually fight a monster like Yi Qingtian endlessly? The experts who were watching the battle nearby were extremely shocked. Yi Qingtian was a taboo existence in the Lost Land. As long as one didn't provoke him, they would be fine. However, if they provoked him, the consequences would be severe. If it was light, they would be crippled. If it was heavy, they would be directly killed and their body and soul would be destroyed. However, now, there was actually an existence that could compete with Yi Qingtian. This made everyone feel a little uneasy. Once the balance in the Lost Land was broken, the consequences would be very serious. If these two guys continue to fight, the entire Lost Land will probably be destroyed. Bai Ling, who was at the peak of the sacred mountain in the depths of the Lost Land, said as she stared at the mirror in the sky in horror. Chapter 3907. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei and Yi Qingtian had almost surpassed the extreme path. It was the power of breaking through the extreme path. Gu Fei was a little moved. He thought that he was the only one who could break through the extreme path for a short period of time. He didn't expect that this guy could do it too. However, after thinking about it, Gu Fei felt that it made sense. Although this guy was walking on a small path, he had still touched that level. If nothing unexpected happened, this guy would be able to continue living. Although it wasn't that free, it was still a different kind of eternity. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, the price to pay for this kind of eternity was too high. He wouldn't walk Yi Qingtian's path. Boom. Bam. Gu Fei and Yi Qingtian constantly displayed the power of breaking through the extreme path. A casual attack could shatter the void and destroy the world. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't want to destroy the Lost Land and tried their best to restrain the extreme path, the entire Lost Land would have been destroyed. The so-called dangerous places in the Lost Land couldn't withstand a single blow from Gu Fei and Yi Qingtian. They could be wiped out easily. Gu Fei and Yi Qingtian fought as they walked. Very soon, they rushed into a place filled with the aura of death. The mysterious experts who were watching the battle all stopped and didn't dare to get close. Boom, boom, boom. The land of death in front of them began to tremble. Terrifying death energy burst out from within, and heart-palpitating roars came from within. It's the death grotto heaven of Old Freak Tianxie. They actually broke into Old Freak Tianxie's territory. There's going to be a good show to watch. Someone whispered. Boom. In the next moment, the grotto heaven in front of them suddenly exploded. Endless death energy was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, spreading in all directions. Everywhere it passed, all living things withered and all living things lost their vitality. The mysterious experts outside all retreated, not daring to let the exploding death energy get close to them. When the shooting Sun Supreme and the Star Beast saw this, they had no choice but to retreat. A mass of starlight emerged from the Star Beast's body and blocked the sweeping deathly aura. However, the moment it came into contact with the death chi, the layer of starlight outside the Star Beast's body dimmed instantly. This caused the Star Beast to turn pale with fright, and it hurriedly retreated, rushing out of the death chi. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. In the next moment, the deathly aura that was still sweeping outwards retreated like a receding tide, and all of it gathered on a terrifying figure. It was a white skeleton, and it was a human skeleton. The skeleton was madly devouring the deathly aura around it. Soon, flesh began to grow on the skeleton. Flesh, blood, tendons, and bones rapidly appeared, and the body of flesh and blood began to reform. In next to no more than 5 or 6 breaths of time, the skeleton had transformed into a white-haired young man with ghastly pale skin, a cold expression, and a pair of eyes that emanated a bloody glow. His hair was like snow, and his eyes were like blood. This young man was the famous Tianxie in the Lost Lands. Tianxie and Yi Qingtian were equally famous, and they were known as the 2 old monsters of the Lost Lands. To be able to be called old monsters, these 2 fellows had lived for countless years. You 2 bastards, you destroyed my grotto heaven. I'm not done with you. The old monster Tianxie roared and attacked. Rays of deathly light immediately rushed out of his hand, turning into a deathly blade that slashed at Gu Fei and Yi Qingtian. Clang! Gu Fei raised his hand to block a blade light. The deathly blade slashed at his arm, causing him to feel pain. A large hole was cut in his sleeve. Of course, the deathly blade light was also shattered by Gu Fei in the void. Good heavens! When the old monster Tian Xie saw this, he could not help but be shocked. This fellow could actually block his deathly blade light with his bare hands. At this moment, Yi Qing Tian drew the myriad Tao's power to his body. The deathly blade light could not pose any threat to him. Once the myriad Tao's power appeared, it directly shattered everything. Gu Fei retaliated. With a point of his finger, an immortal sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and instantly pierced through the old monster Tian Xie. The old monster Tian Xie's figure instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he reappeared in front of Yi Qingtian. A terrifying deathly energy exploded from the old monster Tian Xie's body. He let out a strange cry and directly punched at Yi Qingtian. Bang! Yi Qingtian directly stretched out his right hand to block the punch. Boom! Two supreme powers exploded. The two figures instantly separated, but in the next moment, they once again charged at each other. Gu Fei also attacked, and the three supreme experts began to fight. Sometimes, Yi Qingtian and the old monster Tian Xie worked together to force Gu Fei to continuously retreat. Other times, it was Gu Fei and Yi Qingtian who attacked the old monster Tian Xie at the same time, constantly blasting him away. The crowd of onlookers was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The old monster Tian Xie has also been alarmed. At the peak of the sacred mountain in the depths of the Lost Land, the two successors of the Emperor's Star Battle Palace couldn't help but be indescribably shocked when they saw this scene from the Heaven Escape Mirror. "I'm afraid only Master can resolve this battle," Bai Ling said with a trembling voice. Invincible existences like the old monster Tian Xie and Yi Qingtian had not appeared in the world for more than 100,000 years, but now, three supreme experts had suddenly jumped out. There was no doubt that the supreme experts were powerful. As a result, the battle became even more intense. Pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared in the void. Extreme Destruction Fist. Gu Fei had no choice but to go all out against these two fellows. He had even used his trump card, combat skills. Bang! The old monster Tian Xie directly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. But very quickly, old monster Tian Xie recovered and reconstructed his physical body. The old monster Tian Xie was about to explode, but at this moment, Yi Qingtian's extreme destruction fist instantly bombarded him. The next moment, the old monster Tian Xie's body exploded again. Roar! The old monster Tian Xie instantly reformed his body and roared at the sky. He was extremely depressed. Fortunately, Gu Fei and Yi Qingtian were fighting at this time. This allowed the old monster Tian Xie to reform his body and join the battle. In the end, the three experts directly killed their way into the depths of the Lost Land. Rumble. The energy fluctuations that erupted from the bodies of the three supremes shook the entire Lost Land. "They're here." At the peak of the God Mountain, Bai Ling was indescribably shocked. Even though the vast and terrifying divine might had been weakened by the protective formation of the God Mountain, it was enough to suffocate Zi Ling and Bai Ling, even though only a sliver of the divine might had reached the God Mountain. This is too terrifying. Violet Spirit was inexplicably shocked. Extreme Supremes were already strong enough, but these three guys were definitely many times stronger than ordinary Supremes. Perhaps they had already broken through to the legendary realm that their master had mentioned. "Master is still in a deep sleep. What should we do?" Bai Ling stared at the three experts in the distant sky and asked in shock. Just as Bai Ling finished speaking, they heard the sound of a door opening behind them. Violet Spirit and Bai Ling quickly turned around and saw that the door of the temple had already opened. A figure was slowly walking out of the temple. "Master." Violet Spirit and Bai Ling hurriedly bowed to the mysterious person who had walked out of the temple. This person was mysterious and unfathomable. His figure was blurry, and no one had seen his true appearance. Yi Qingtian, old monster Tian Xie? Who is that person? How can he fight against the two of them? The mysterious person said indifferently. Violet Spirit and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other. Violet Spirit said, "We don't know who he is either. Perhaps he's an outsider." "An outsider?" The palace lord of the Emperor's Star Battle Palace was a little surprised, since when had another supremacy appeared in the ancestral realm? Although the Emperor's Star Battle Palace was aloof and didn't even exist on the ancestral continent, the Emperor's Star Battle Palace was still very familiar with the happenings in the ancestral realm. At that moment, the three experts fought as they walked, charging directly towards the sacred mountain floating in the sky. What? Violet, Spirit, and Bai Ling couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. If these three fellows were to collide with the mountain, the entire mountain would directly explode and turn into dust. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to collide with the sacred mountain, a ball of divine light appeared on the sacred mountain and instantly enveloped the entire sacred mountain. Boom! Gu Fei and the others collided with the layer of divine light outside the sacred mountain. In the next moment, the entire sacred mountain shook, and the layer of divine light protecting the sacred mountain rippled like water. The three figures instantly separated. When Violet, Spirit, and Bai Ling saw this, they were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. At that moment, the palace lord of the Emperor's Star Battle Palace made a move and blocked the three supremacy experts who were charging towards them. Gu Fei was shocked. He had never imagined that there would be so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this small lost lands. There were so many terrifying existences hidden in this place. Old geezer Ziwei, come down and fight if you have the guts. Old freak Tian Xie shouted at the figure at the peak of the sacred mountain. The palace lord of the Emperor's Star Battle Palace ignored old freak Tian Xie and had no intention of joining the battle. He only took action to protect the sacred mountain. Could he be the palace lord of the Emperor's Star Battle Palace? Gu Fei looked at the mysterious and unfathomable figure at the peak of the mountain. In the next moment, he opened his heavenly eye, but he still couldn't see anything. Again, Yi Qingtian roared and attacked again. The power of the myriad Tao exploded from his body, and two palms larger than mountains grabbed at Gu Fei and old freak Tian Xie. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Old freak Tian Xie roared and turned into an immortal light of death. He pierced through Yi Qingtian's hand and instantly appeared in front of Yi Qingtian. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.